Boeing Starliner.
Now let's check back in with NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May, who are monitoring things at Mission Control at Johnson Space Center.
Thanks, Megan, and go Butch and Sunny. Here in Houston, things have been going smoothly for the flight control team and Mission Control. The team here took control of Starliner a little less than an hour ago, and they've been working through a number of steps in the pre-launch checklist since then. But even before that, one of the first things they did after coming on console was a weather briefing with the crew and crew quarters, and that was a quick conversation because the weather's looking very good for today's launch opportunity.
The team here in Houston is continuing to work through their pre-launch checklists. Right now they're working in a little bit more of a monitor mode, keeping the spacecraft stable while Butch and Sunny head to the pad, and the teams in Kennedy Space Center are preparing Starliner for their arrival. Once the crew gets strapped into their seats and the hatch is closed, things here will start to pick back up as we perform cabin leak checks and monitor Starliner's life support systems, hosting crew for the first time to space.
And then in the last 20 minutes before launch, there are a few important actions they'll work through, switching Starliner to internal power and working with the crew to activate the launch abort system.
This carefully choreographed pre-launch process has been practiced many times as a fully integrated team. We capped off our training with a mission dress rehearsal just a week before our May 6th attempt, and we got some bonus live training from that attempt as well as our final preparation for Butch and Sunny's mission today.
And of course, all of that aiming to get the crewed Starliner to the International Space Station for its crewed flight test. So let's check in with the destination, the International Space Station. Rob Navius is with the Space Station Flight Control Team, standing by to give us an update. Rob?
Thank you, Brandy. Mission Control, a busy place today, with the white flight control room down the hall where you are, poised to take over Starliner mission operations at liftoff of the Atlas V rocket. And in this room, the International Space Station Flight Control Room, we are ready to collaborate with our colleagues once Starliner moves into integrated operations around 11 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow. That's about 3 hours prior to Starliner's scheduled docking. Once the new spacecraft is docked to the station's Harmony module, there'll be a period of around 2 hours to conduct leak checks on both sides of the Starliner Harmony docking interface before the hatches will swing open, allowing Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams to enter the station, which has been home for both of them on previous missions. Wilmore and Williams will configure Starliner systems for docked operations, then will join the 7 Expedition 71 crew members for a typical safety briefing. That will be conducted by Station Commander Oleg Kononenko of Roscosmos. The Starliner crew will then begin to transfer equipment to the station from their spacecraft and begin to settle in for this historic visit. Among the cargo items being transported on Starliner to the station is a spare pump module for the station's urine processing assembly. That's the unit that converts urine into potable drinking water. So this is a timely delivery by Wilmore and Williams. Countdown clocks are ticking backward as we close in on the launch of this test flight, and we're ready here in Houston. So let's turn it back to the Cape for our continuing coverage.
Thank you, Rob. 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 30 seconds from only the 6th time NASA astronauts will launch on a new spacecraft designed for crew. And if you're curious about the first 5 crewed test flights, here they are. First, Mercury Redstone 3, Alan Shepard, May 5th, 1961.
Next is Gemini 3 with Gus Grissom and John Young, which launched on March 23rd, 1965.
Great historical footage there. Then we had Apollo 7, Wally Schirra, Don Isley, Walt Cunningham, launched October 11th, 1968.
Then we had STS-1 with astronauts John Young and Robert Crippen, which launched April 12th, 1981.
And then NASA's SpaceX Demo 2. You see Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken waving there. That launch was May 30th, 2020.
And then, of course, today you've got NASA's Boeing crew flight test with Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams.
And as Butch and Sunny's convoy passes the historic vehicle assembly building here at Kennedy Space Center, we should, of course, acknowledge what will be the 7th time NASA will fly crew on a new spacecraft off our planet. And that will be the Artemis 2 mission next year. You see the Astrovan now passing by where we are at the press site across the street from the vehicle assembly building. Again, the Artemis 2 mission next year, that'll be NASA astronauts Reed Weissman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. They will orbit the moon, and their Space Launch System rocket and Orion spacecraft will be assembled in the vehicle assembly building. Check out what's already in work for NASA's return to the moon. Engineers inside the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building at Kennedy Space Center lowered the Orion spacecraft into a vacuum altitude chamber with the help of a 30-ton crane. The chamber simulates deep space to test for any electromagnetic energy that could damage Orion as it travels away from Earth. Meanwhile, the Artemis 2 crew completed an underway recovery test at sea. This exercise mimics Orion landing and recovery procedures when the crew splashes down in the Pacific Ocean off the coast of California. Navy divers and boats approached a mock-up Orion capsule and helped the astronauts into helicopters, which then flew them to a nearby naval ship, just like they'll do during the mission. Back at Kennedy and high above Launch Pad 39B, this 360-degree video takes you for a ride inside one of the Artemis emergency egress baskets. In the event of an emergency at the launch pad, astronauts and workers use this quick exit to get to safety. That's a look at your Artemis Moon Minute. It's really cool to see the progress that's being made with NASA's Artemis campaign, because really it's all interconnected, right? Like, so working with commercial partners like Boeing through the Commercial Crew Program allows NASA to focus on other goals like returning to the moon, Mike.
In fact, if you notice, the Artemis Orion spacecraft actually looks a lot like Starliner, and that's not a coincidence. I'd be the Boeing company took some ideas from NASA. We shared ideas, as well as the parachute system have a lot of commonality too. In fact, Sunny said, hey, if you were a young astronaut getting ready to go fly to the moon, maybe you want to fly Starliner first because of the commonality, including the display and control system inside. So what this allows us to do by having the Commercial Crew Program, it really allows, because Boeing is working hard, SpaceX is working hard to allow us to fly back and forth to the International Space Station, then NASA can focus, along with the Lockheed Martin company and the other partners, to fly Artemis and go to the moon and allow us to explore, and commercial American companies can establish some great business in low Earth orbit. This is great for new jobs, great for the country.
We're now 3 hours and 9 minutes until launch. Let's check back in with Daryl Nail over at Hangar AE.
All right, thank you very much, and welcome back to Hangar AE as we look at this beautiful day here at the Kennedy Space Center, watching the crew travel out to the pad. There you see the Starliner crew, Butch and Sunny, driving along, no doubt taking in some beautiful skies as they head out. We're still 90% go, and that's a good thing. The team is continuing to watch the winds. They are a watch item. They are the only reason we're not 100%. I'm currently watching the 1-minute peak winds at the Slick 41 Tower, where they're headed right now, and the winds have come down a little bit. They were gusting between 20 and 25 knots, and they're down below 20 now. That was expected. Launch weather officer said that could be the case. The other item that the launch team is making sure they keep their eyes on, and the mission team particularly, are the winds along the ascent corridor. So if we take a graphic here, we've got basically the path that the Atlas V and the Starliner will take across the eastern seaboard. That's the direction to the northeast. And you can see all along that eastern seaboard, it's important for the mission team to keep their eyes on the weather all along there, because there are areas in which, if there was something to go wrong with the rocket or the spacecraft, they could abort off the top of the rocket and come back down into a splashdown into the Atlantic Ocean. And you can see it travels all the way along the eastern coast of Canada, where they do have some cool water temperatures. That's a factor when the rescue teams, should they abort, have to go into the water. But as we understand it, the det teams,
LCO,
military.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. For step 150, crew transport convoys clearing roadblock. 18 personnel are entering FHA at this time.
Roger.
A good call out there. We know the roadblock's clear because we can see the crew traveling unencumbered on their way to the launch pad. And so just to wrap up the graphic there, things are looking good. We're in a low condition. Basically, the status is low chance of probability that the ascent corridor could be a factor today. So the big picture is weather's great on the ground at the launch pad. It's looking good along the ascent corridor.
LC Slick on Channel 1.
Go ahead.
We're ready for pad support personnel to perform OSE radio comm checks and to proceed to ground level.
Roger. Proceed.
And the team is on the way to the pad. Let's send it back to the host desk.
Let's actually send it back to Lauren and Dylan in the ASOC as we continue to watch Butch and Sunny drive out to the launch pad.
And Megan, we do have an update now for viewers on the helium leak situation. We are told by teams, we have confirmation the leak rate remains acceptable. In fact, they tell us it looks better than before. So good news there. We've been waiting to hear how that leak check went this morning, and all things look good. So we are moving ahead in the countdown. Everything is on time as we see the crew head over to the pad at this moment. And our pad team has been inside Starliner, making sure everything's ready for the crew. Their inspections are complete. The pad team today is made up of 5 people from Boeing and 3 from ULA. You may also hear them referred to as the blue team. And we did just hear a call moments ago that one of those pad team members has been cleared to head down to escort the crew up. So we will see Butch and Sunny get out here shortly and head to the elevator, escorted by one of those pad team members. This is, of course, the 3rd time for both of them to go through these motions. They have done it with now 3 different rockets and 3 different spacecraft, including shuttle and Soyuz.
The crew transport vehicles entered pad.
Roger. Crew is clear to proceed to level 12.
Roger.
And Sunny says that this is a test pilot's dream to be on this flight. She says she feels like she won the golden ticket. We've also heard Butch talk about how much he loves this spacecraft for its agility. He has even joked at times saying that he could do barrel rolls around the ISS if he wanted to. Of course, we won't see that happen, but he likes to say that that is just how nimble the spacecraft is. And of course, they have a lot of experience in different spacecraft.
Crew transport vehicle has arrived at CAD. Roger.
And Dylan, this crew feels very confident with the ride to space on the Atlas, which has a 100% mission success rate.
Yeah, Lauren, that's right. The Atlas V Starliner configuration was designed with an absolute commitment to safety. It's one of the most reliable rockets in the world, and it carries an extra layer of safety for its specialized duty launching astronauts to the ISS. The emergency detection system, we call it EDS for short, was developed by ULA engineers to enhance the protection of astronauts riding atop Atlas V by autonomously monitoring the health of all the launch vehicle systems. If the system detects an impending anomaly, it can trigger an abort much faster than any human could do so, but the astronauts also have the capability to trigger an abort if required. Along with that EDS system, we have a dedicated ascent flight control team on console in Denver during the flight and any human spaceflight mission that we support. This team monitors the health and performance of the rocket during ascent to space. Our engineers provide real-time status and collaborate directly with NASA's flight director and mission control in Houston. When you hear the call sign Atlas, that's our ascent lead, and he'll be providing real-time telemetry data from the rocket and provide continued situational awareness.
Crew is entering CAD elevator.
All right, Dylan,
Roger.
as the crew is heading into the elevator, we are going to send it back over to Megan, Dee, and Mike.
Now, Mike, this is different from the first launch attempt. Before they got out, you were with them, you took pictures of them viewing the rocket. Today, they opted to just go straight to the elevator.
Yeah, I think they, well, they probably miss me a little bit, but it's also, they've been there and done that. And today is really about focusing on the mission. So they took a few they didn't take a few extra moments to appreciate the Atlas and Centaur, breathing and living, and they went straight to the and they're going straight up the elevator right now, straight to the rocket. And I just know what it feels like stepping out of the Astrovan, and here they are getting ready.
On level 12.
Getting ready to get inside, and it's just it's a great feeling of satisfaction and accomplishment to be here at this day, at this time. This is something that the whole team has been working for many years.
And you know what's different, obviously, since we're launching during the day, they had great views of the rocket on their way to the pad. So, like you said, they probably had their opportunity to look at their ride to space, and now they just want to get in. So now on level 12 of the crew access tower, we see Sunny there with some of the pad team members. Butch went into that door there. That's a bathroom, and this is an important step in the countdown, obviously.
Yeah, well, I was on Daniel Tiger, a TV show, and we had an episode called "Go Before You Go," and so this is what we teach all of our kids: is before long missions, you should go to the potty.
And you know this from the last time. So on their ride out in the Astrovan to the launch pad, they stole your phone, right? And they made some phone calls. I just heard that they also made another phone call while on their way out. They called Mark Sorensen, the crew module lead for the crew flight test, again, while in the Astrovan. Pretty cool that they are taking these opportunities to acknowledge, again, all the folks who have helped bring them to this moment.
Yeah, Mark was a production manager, and he made sure that Starliner was ready for flight. Great teammate, and I'm glad he got a phone call.
Yeah. A view of the crew access arm. From our helicopter that we have flying around the pad right now. We see Sunny there on the railing, taking a look out. Yeah, you can get a great view from up there. Who needs to get out of the Astrovan and recline up?
So yeah, this is the last time for a while that Sunny's going to have the breeze in her face and the smell of the ocean air and the joys of being on planet Earth. Now she's going to see it all from a great distance.
And here it looks like Butch is now back with the pad team and
Slick
Sunny.
on launch ops.
An ordained minister, probably
Or
leading
sorry,
them
on channel
in a
1.
prayer now.
Go ahead, Flick.
Yeah, crew has arrived at CAT level 12, and RCTV is standing by for OSM direction to return to the fallback area.
Roger. OSM, LC?
OSM.
Roger, we can give go ahead for the CTV to clear the pad.
Roger that.
A nice moment here before the hard work of ingressing into the spacecraft and launching to the International Space Station.
Well, they just cleared the crew transport vehicle to go away, so Butch and Sunny are stuck there now, so they might as well go launch.
And here they are walking across the crew access arm. Butch stopping to take a quick look at his spacecraft and launch vehicle.
And you can see they stepped on that little white sticky mat to make sure that anything that they may have had on their boots doesn't get inside the spacecraft and possibly into the space station. We do try to keep a very clean ship both up and down and aboard the space station. Looks like they're saying a quick prayer for a successful mission.
Yeah, these are other pad team members who are in the White Room now with Butch and Sunny. The White Room, a literal name for this room from back in the Gemini era, to quite literally describe this room that will be the last stop before they get into the Starliner spacecraft. It's environmentally controlled to keep out dust and dirt and humidity.
It's actually a little bit overpressured, so it has more pressure inside so that no air can come inside and, to the White Room, and it all blows out. So even the door that goes to the White Room is always cracked open a little bit to let the extra air out. And this is how to keep the particles from getting inside the spacecraft.
So for the first launch attempt, to the left of the hatch was a mission patch for CFT, and Butch and Sunny took the time to sign that. Now they are heading straight into the ingressing process, which is again to get into the spacecraft. And we see pad team members there helping get Butch situated.
Certainly, this crew is being the first. They get to start a whole bunch of new traditions, all the way from the 31 cat card game to signing a patch in the White Room. So this is different than what we did, of course, with the Space Shuttle, but yet similar, right? And so it kind of takes some of the best traditions that we learned from the Russians with Soyuz and the American traditions, and has a nice blend to make something new. We do know our pad team very well. They've trained with us and trained us. So we right, especially now after this second launch attempt, it looks like Butch's wrist light is working. He has a good sense of humor, and so he showed it to us that his wrist light was working. It is a little bit dark sometimes in the capsule, so inside the spacecraft, so having an extra source of light, like we all do at home. We have our cell phones. We use that to light the way, but we don't have cell phones, so of course we have an extra wrist light.
Yeah, off to the left side, off camera a bit, pad team members are going through what's called his helmet bag, right, Mike?
Yeah, the Boeing designed and manufactured this helmet bag that has everything that you need: the gloves, the crew head protection, the chippa, as well as any wristwatches and wrist lights and things like that, and as well as the ascent and entry checklists that were needed, and the crew knee boards. So everything that you need is in one place, and you know where, and they bring it to the pad with them. There's also a spare helmet bag that has a few extra things in case a chippa.
Request permission to perform Centaur LO2 transfer line reach. Roger. Proceed.
Yeah, in case a chippa gets broken or glove is missing, we have a few spares available.
Team lead, LC.
The launch conductor is calling.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. For step 160, 16 personnel have exited the FHA roadblock.
Roger.
Just a call out there to mark that folks have left the pad as well as the flight hazard area. So the area that's designated as where we don't want people to be if they don't have to be. So that's that call out there. And now we are watching Butch getting settled into Starliner. And Sunny is currently outside. What we'll see is Butch will fully ingress and get himself situated before Sunny ingresses. So to walk us through what we're about to see with Butch, let's head back over to the ASOC with Lauren and Dylan.
Hey, Megan. Yeah, we just saw a Butch sort of slide across the seats there to get into his captain seat. That is what this first position is known here as. And Sunny, of course, will ingress second because her seat is just a little bit closer to the door. She will sit right there next to him. And they actually showed us how close they sit. And it was an interesting demonstration because for them, it felt like a lot of room. You know, for us, it may not, but they just kind of showed us like, if you were sitting in two chairs side by side and you had plenty of elbow room, that's how they feel. In other spacecraft in the past, they've been a little more jammed in there. So they're really happy about the extra space they have in there. And Sunny won't start that ingress process until Butch is completely in and ready to go. This whole process takes about 20 minutes or so. These seats that they are going to be sitting in today are built to accommodate astronaut height ranges from as small as 4'11" all the way up to as tall as 6'4". They're made of aluminum, and Sunny's even told us that she and Butch were part of the process to make them a little bit more comfy. And another thing they really like about these seats is just the orientation of them. She said on shuttle, you know, when you land on shuttle, you're in an upright position as you're sitting almost in a chair, but they will be landing on their backs in Starliner when they touch down on the ground, which has, since the shuttle days, been determined to be just a little bit of an easier way to land. So she and Butch are very happy about that. We do have other seats in Starliner. The third and fourth seats are filled with cargo today. The fifth seat has a flat plate on it to give them just a little bit more space in there. And you see he has some paper procedures in his hand. They will both be using those paper procedures as they make that ride up during the ascent process. And then once they get into orbit, they'll be able to pull out their tablets and use those. The console there in front of Butch, you could probably see him reaching around and doing some things in front of him. That is a display that is a mix of screens and switches and knobs. It has 2 hand controllers, which make this spacecraft a very unique spacecraft. They have the ability to take the control of the spacecraft literally into their own hands if they want to. We have heard him talk in
team
weeks
lead LC.
coming up to this point about
ahead, sir.
how they are
just
able
be
to
advised,
do.
we're going to perform a LOX rechill at this time.
Roger that. I'll alert the crew.
Roger.
How they're able to do what they call a backup mode, or also a manual mode. So we'll hear a little bit more about those things later.
And LOX 2, you have a go to proceed.
Roger.
And the console's been simplified for maximum efficiency. Anyone who followed along with the shuttle days, the shuttle had thousands of switches and indicators, but Starliner only has 85. And the crew has told us they really like to be able to get their hands on those switches and of course on the hand controllers as well. And we have confirmation that the prop system is activated and the pressures are as we expected. So things are going smoothly in the countdown. And Dylan, our team's really started working several days ago. The countdown didn't just start this morning for us.
Yeah, that's right, Lauren. The countdown actually started back on Thursday when we rolled the Atlas V at Centaur with Starliner atop. We rolled it from the VIF out to Complex 41. The VIF is a vertical integration facility. It's just about 1,900 feet to the south of the launch pad there. So once the rocket arrived at the pad, we started connecting it to all of our pad utilities. So that's the pad air conditioning system, the pad electrical systems, and all of our propellant transfer systems. So the hydrogen and oxygen for Centaur, and then oxygen and kerosene for the Atlas booster. Once all those connections were made, we powered the rocket up, gave it a health check, and did a little bit of testing on that on Thursday afternoon. Then powered the rocket down and secured it for the what we call a crew sync day. When we have a countdown that starts late at night, we will essentially have the crew start to shift their schedule, so there's no planned work on that Friday. Then we came in overnight and powered up the rocket again for our activities today. The rocket remains ready, waiting on the opening of our launch window and the loading of Butch and Sunny, which, as we know, is going on right now. All the activity on the launch pad is really up there on the crew access tower. You talked about the members of the blue team. So we have 3 members, ULA teammates on the blue team, and those folks are there really to manage all of the crew access tower systems. So when they're given the go to go back out to the launch pad in preparation for the arrival of the astronauts, the first thing they do is toxic vapor checks. So they have some test equipment, and they just go make sure that the atmosphere inside the white room is safe to breathe. And when all that is done, they'll start to prepare the white room for the arrival of the team, which, as we saw, has gone very, very smoothly so far. Once the astronauts are loaded and the Starliner crew is ready for the hatch to be closed, and once all those closeouts are done, then our team will pick back up and start to configure the crew access tower's hydraulic systems in preparation for retracting the arm prior to launch. But for now, our team is really just kind of just standing by as Butch and Sunny get situated in the Starliner and waiting on the opening of our launch window today at 12:25 and 40 seconds.
So there on the smaller screen where we're still watching Butch get strapped into his seat and getting his gloves on, as you can see there, we have 2 pad team members working with him, and one is Armando Lally, the other is Garrett Pender. So these 2 work the entire time inside with both Butch and Sonny to get them ingressed into the spacecraft. You may have seen a few seconds ago, Butch was sort of moving his legs up and down. They have stirrups there for their legs to go into with straps that one goes over their foot and the other goes over their knees. And you can see he's, getting a good adjustment on his gloves at this time. I actually have had the opportunity to try these gloves on, and you'd be amazed at just how much you could do with them. They're very flexible, and of course that's important when they have so many things to be controlling there with their hands. They also have a 5-point harness seat belt that they're going to be helping them get into. There's a little bit better of a shot, a close-up shot. The cameras that we're using inside the spacecraft, we refer to them as the Mustang cameras. It's a system of 4 cameras, so we have some different views where we can monitor what is going on inside the spacecraft. Those views will not be live today, but as soon as we get to the International Space Station, we'll be able to download what is taking place with the crew as they are on their way up, and get a great look at that. The countdown is still going smoothly in the background. Dylan and I, of course, are listening to all the chatter on the loops.
Yeah, and thankfully not much to talk about right now. Actually, everything is cooperating, and the team is really just watching the vehicle, make sure it remains stable as we get our astronauts loaded.
We like when it's quiet. You can see there at the bottom, sort of right side of your screen, the umbilical hookup on Butch's chest. So they'll be doing some comm checks and suit fan checks here shortly. That umbilical area is where they're able to put a comms cable through, and then also that'll be like a small black cord that we'll see, and then we'll hook up an air supply to that as well. It'll be a blue hose, so that's when we see that, that's how we'll know. Butch, of course, a former flight test instructor at Edwards Air Force Base with a Master of Science in Aviation Systems. Here is more on retired U.S. Navy Captain and CFT Commander Butch Wilmore.
A large part of the desire within us is to do things that are of benefit to others. In this job, we get to do things that are of benefit truly for all mankind as we explore the heavens that not many people get to experience, true, but we don't go just to get the experience. It's about the team, and it's about the benefit that it brings. My name is Butch Wilmore, and I am the commander for NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test Mission to the International Space Station. Life in Tennessee, God's country, that's where I grew up. Very fortunate, had loving parents, took us to church. When I was young, 7 years old, I believe, they bought a little land out in the country, 6 acres or so. We had horses and cows, and I raised chickens and ducks, and just enjoyed life in the country. I went to Tennessee Tech, started working on an electrical engineering degree, and played football, which was a very difficult combination, I learned, because they're both full-time jobs. So it was a lot of effort over those years, but it molded me, and it helped instill the work ethic my parents had instilled in me when I was younger. I entered the Navy and was fortunate to fly the A-7E. It was a single-seat attack aircraft, and I flew that for a couple of deployments. And then I transitioned to the F-18 Hornet, and through that process, I was selected in the test pilot program. You learn a lot about yourself as you go through test pilot school, where you're lacking in certain capabilities that are necessary to do a test pilot type of job. When it comes to flight test, the minute details matter. When we're doing our runs, hey, well, let's run it this way. Let's do it that way. Let's add this in. Let's take that out. And let's look at it in that regime so we can see how the spacecraft responds. And that's what you do with aircraft, that's what you do with spacecraft, and that's what this test is all about. This crew flight test is a series of these various tests to ensure that the operational requirements and the design meets those requirements. And I think everybody that does flight tests would agree. Focus, understanding, and also the team coming together to give you the overall understanding of the test and the capabilities of the spacecraft or aircraft that you're testing is vital. sitting in this seat over here in the Starliner sim and doing the things we've done and learning about the spacecraft, developing a lot of the capabilities of the spacecraft. It's very humbling when you see and you interact with some of these professionals, and our human spaceflight and our nation has a debt of gratitude to them. Every single training evolution we have is brand new. We're the first to do it. Whether it is checking the survival equipment in the pool with a mock-up of the spacecraft and how you egress, get out of the spacecraft, whether it's the side hatch or the upper hatch, while the seas are rough and all those type of things. There's a thought of how things should be, but then there's the reality of how things need to be. And that's what this test is all. Everything we do is test. It's been a process over years that is such a benefit in all aspects of the capabilities of this spacecraft. And we're excited to be a part of it.
And, hearing Butch talk about this is a test flight, he and Sunny have been an integral part of really every aspect of the development of Starliner. They are so integrated with our team and, are able to make changes, say if they don't like something or they want something to be different. They really are the first two to pave the way for their comrades in the astronaut office. So when they get up into space, they're going to put the spacecraft through the ringer. They are both test pilots at heart. It's what they did in the Navy, and they love this job. I think I mentioned earlier that Sunny said she feels like she won the golden ticket. So that's pretty cool to hear that from the very first person and first woman to be doing this test flight on a spacecraft that's going to the ISS. Want to tell you a little bit more about these pad team members because they work very closely with Butch and Sunny. And the two that I mentioned that are inside the spacecraft, Armando Lawley, he is there just to Butch's right. If you happen to see, he'll have the number 5 on his back. You can't see it in this shot, but you might be able to in other times. He is the senior project engineer covering Boeing's Florida Space Coast. He's also a private pilot, so they have that in common. And in the past, he's worked on F-15s, F-18 Super Hornets, and 777, all for Boeing. He has been part of the build and development of Starliner really since the beginning. So he's been waiting a long time for this day, just like many others on the program, and he could not be more excited. It's pretty cool to interview him because he just really beams with excitement over this flight and this crew. He has a great relationship with them. And then our number 6 is Garrett Pender. He is over there toward the back of the screen. You might be able to see the 6 on his back as he's sort of turned around there. He's a mechanical technician, and he's the one who will actually close the hatch today. He helped build the rig that opens and closes the hatch, so he has a true attachment to it. And you can see him there. Armando just passed something over to him. And his teammates say that he's really the guy who can just fix anything. So great to have him on the team. We see number 4 there. That's Nate, and he is the pad team lead. He's a test engineer manager. He manages the fluids team who performs a variety of tests from leak checks to acceptance testing of integrated vehicle subsystems. You can see another look of him there. Number 7, that is there close to the capsule, that is Michael, and his teammates call him the Chief. He's a systems engineering technician. He performs all the final cabin leak checks, and this is an amazing stat about him. He has worked 110 launches, including this one. So he's been around the space program for a while. He said that he is a child of the 70s, and he said when Butch and Sunny take off on their ride today, he's going to tell them it's time to rock and roll. You see Sunny giving them all hugs there. And she is starting to get into the spacecraft now, so as they check her feet to make sure there are no foreign object debris, or FOD as we call it, We are going to send it back over to Megan, Dee, and Mike to walk you through Sunny's ingress.
Yeah, so right now we see Sunny stepping over the seal around the hatch there carefully, and the two pad team members that are inside the capsule who have been helping Butch get in will now do this exact same steps for her, essentially.
Exactly. It's a little bit easier here because Butch is fully ensconced behind the integrated crew control panel. They have a little bit extra room from the side to work with Sunny, so that's going to make it a little bit easier process. But the nice thing about this is that we've practiced this a lot now, and I know Sunny's feeling happy, and we just got to watch out Butch. He might take a small micro nap here because he's all set and ready to go. But Sunny's still getting strapped in, and we've gone through this procedure a lot.
A micro nap, so just an opportunity to kind of, you know, decompress a little bit, or?
It's a little bit of a Zen moment, and it just helps. It's scientifically proven that I've read that it helps a quick recharge because they still have a whole full day in front of them to get into orbit and to get headed towards the space station. They'll have a chance to sleep overnight, and it's always hard to sleep in a new place, especially when you're adapting to zero gravity.
I do want to mention that they were in Starliner just yesterday, right, Mike? They were specifically going in there to see if one of the things to see if the configuration would be different because Starliner is now carrying up that urine processor, correct?
Yes, they had to kind of move things around on the inside of Starliner. So, and Butch and Sunny hadn't seen the spacecraft since the first launch attempt on May 6th. So yesterday they climbed in not with their flight suits on. I mean, not their space suits, but their regular flight suits, and they got a chance to do the comm checks, make sure everything's going to be good for today. And then they also checked out the cargo configuration because it is a little bit different. But it is important that the space station program has this 150-pound-ish bag urine processing pump because that'll help the water to keep getting recycled aboard the International Space Station.
Yeah, talk to us a little bit about this urine processor and how important it is and how great it is that we do have Starliner flying up there today.
Yeah, it is really cool what we've done by having the International Space Station as a test bed for exploration, which means that we've learned how to recycle over 97% of our water. So especially like during the shuttle program and early space station, we didn't recycle all of our water. We were like at 30%. Now it's up over to 97%, and this regenerative Eclipse technology, the good things and the bad things we've learned from it, we can definitely use for the Moon and Mars. So for the International Space Station, it takes about $5,000 to send a liter of water to the space station. So it's good that we recycle it over and over. But 97% is great. On the Moon, it's going to be really hard to get water there, so we're looking to use the water that we find in the south pole of the Moon. So this is all really interesting and exciting. But one of the things we recycle is urine, right? So this urine processor has a pump to move the urine fluid to get fully purified. And so it broke recently, and the space station program was very fortunate to have Starliner available as the next ride up to space station. So this urine processor will help us aboard space station not to have to keep a lot of the urine stored in big bags off to the side. We'll be able to recycle it sooner than later.
A beautiful aerial view now of Starliner. Again, we've been looking at views inside with both Butch and Sunny seated in Starliner.
And I think the Boeing team should be really proud. They worked very hard to put that Starliner together, and boy, she's beautiful. This is Calypso, is the name of this particular spacecraft.
That's right. Actually, we have a picture. Let's see if we can pull that up early since you did mention it. So the spacecraft, there it is. The spacecraft is named Calypso, as you said. Sunny named it Calypso in 2019, and it's after Jacques Cousteau's ship that he sailed all over the world to teach people about the ocean, and Sonny believes Starliner will do the same for space. So again, a picture of Jacques Cousteau there. Starliner named Calypso as his ship was named Calypso. And speaking of Calypso, be on the lookout for a zero gravity indicator that the crew picked. We saw it in the first launch attempt very briefly. Again, a zero gravity indicator is usually a soft toy that a crew picks to fly with them. And once the toy begins to float, it's that visual indicator that they have reached the weightlessness of microgravity. Because again, they are buckled in, snug, safely in Starliner. So really the only thing that should be floating around is that zero-G indicator. And Sonny's niece and nephew helped her choose this zero gravity indicator. You see it right there. She's holding it. A narwhal. It's a kind of toothed whale. Male narwhals are the ones with the signature single straight tooth or horn. Sonny wanted to choose an indicator that raised awareness for how space and ocean research go together. After all, you know, space gives us a unique vantage point of our oceans. This particular narwhal toy was coincidentally also named Calypso, which is part of the reason why they chose the toy. And just so we get a better view for it, because it is kind of hard. So what we expect to see, right, is Sonny after she is buckled in and she does her comm checks as well, her communication checks as well as her suit leak check. They will pull the zero gravity indicator out of her helmet bag, and they will then tether the toy. And here is, here is a closer look at that zero gravity indicator. It is very sparkly.
Very sparkly.
I love it here. And yeah, like I didn't know that it was actually already named Calypso, and that was why I thought Sonny also named it Calypso. But really, I mean, this is great because she does have a love of oceans, right, Mike? So this is just serendipitous, right, that we found a narwhal named Calypso already.
It was meant to be.
Yeah, talk to us about her love of the oceans and ocean research.
So Sonny grew up in both Ohio and Massachusetts, and she's very close to the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institute, and she's spent a lot of time as a Navy person and a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy on the ocean. I actually had a chance to live with Sonny under the ocean in the NASA's NEMO Extreme Environment Mission Operations program. We lived 50,000 millimeters under the sea, and it was great to see her love of. She was our science officer. It was great to see her love of the ocean and how well she scuba dives. So yeah, this connection with the Navy, with narwhals, with nature, with Earth, as well as the name of the exploration vessel that got to know the oceans better was Jacques Cousteau, is a perfect name for an exploratory spacecraft that's going to go fly soon.
And you mentioned the fact that Sonny once lived underwater for 9 days while working within the robotics branch of the International Space Station. So why don't we learn a little bit more about her journey? Again, the retired U.S. Navy captain, Boeing CFT pilot, Sonny Williams.
Exploration is curiosity. It's asking the question why. It's taking that next step. Every time we do something for the first time, we're expanding our knowledge. My name is Sonny Williams, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test Mission to the International Space Station. I feel really lucky to have grown up in a small town outside of Boston, Needham, Massachusetts. It was a great town because we were able to ride our bikes everywhere we went. My brother, sister, and I, we were all swimmers, and it was just a great childhood. My dad was a doctor and also did neuroscience research. We were the strange family who had pictures and diagrams of brains on our dining room table. My older brother went to the Naval Academy. I started researching a little bit, and I thought, well, what the heck, I'll try this out. And when I went, I found that I really loved it. teamwork, followership, leadership, those opportunities that we had right from the very beginning, and to accomplish something a little bit bigger than yourself. And I think that paved the way for the rest of my career. Got a basic engineering degree from the Naval Academy. I really didn't know what it was all about when I went through that course curriculum, but when I went to test pilot school, all of that stuff sort of gelled together. I was like, oh wow, this is why we do math modeling. This is how we try to predict how change in an engine is going to affect the way the helicopter flies. Time on the International Space Station is priceless. People always ask, do you get bored, or, is it terrible being up there for a long period of time? And for me, I loved every minute. There was always something to do. You wake up, you look at your timeline like, wow, I got to do this experiment today. I got to get ready for a spacewalk. Every day was different. And just life on the space station becomes routine, which is sort of crazy to think about it. At one point in time on my first mission, I was like, I don't even remember really what it's like to walk. I've been flying around for so long. I don't even know what it's like to sit down. I got assigned to the commercial crew cadre in 2015. We went to the companies, found out the shell of their programs, and then actually started working with them to make them what they are today to accommodate astronauts. For Starliner, we've been heavily involved in the last couple of years in the software with the folks doing the development to make sure its capability will allow us to come home. And we've been involved with all the suit development, making sure every different size of person could fit in all these suits and they could operate the spacecraft adequately. We've had our fingers on every single procedure that we work inside the cockpit, as well as operated it with our mission control team to make sure that everything that future crews will do will be right. We haven't had the classic training as we had for Shuttle and Soyuz. We've sort of helped develop the training as well as the hardware. And this is sort of the shape of things to come as we get ready to go back to the moon. All of that is going to be developmental, and we're going to have the same mindset. It's not already established. We all have to be part of this big team to help develop it and make sure that integration, as the astronauts use all this equipment, is going to be top-notch and ready to take us even further.
Really cool to see both Sunny and Butch's background, and again, how they've got to this moment. And they're different backgrounds, right?
Absolutely. Even though they were both in the Navy, they both approached things quite differently. Sunny came to us in 1998. I remember when she first arrived, and then Butch came to us in the year 2000. And Butch focused a lot on space shuttle. Sunny and I worked together in Russia a lot. She picked up Russian language super fast, and so she flew aboard the space station pretty quickly. But it's been nice to see when Sunny joined us for CFT that how well she and Butch get together or work together as a crew, and how well they get along, and they're a great team for a great mission.
A check of the clock, 2 hours, 24 minutes, and 25 seconds until liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. The first time astronauts will fly on Starliner's spacecraft, the Starliner spacecraft that you see right there on top of a United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket. Another beautiful aerial shot of the spacecraft and rocket on pad 41 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. Now, I don't know if you can hear it in our mics, but the winds have really picked up here at the hostess, Mike, but it seems like they're still within the acceptable range to fly, but we definitely feel it out here.
Oh yes, well, it's a nice cooling effect, but I do think our weather team is all over it, and they're watching carefully so that the offshore winds or onshore winds in this case will be safe, and so we're still keeping an eye on it, but all predictions show that we should be okay. We'll find out. I do have some breaking news from Mission Control Center in Houston. Butch and Sunny, they just had a taco breakfast delivered to the flight control teams, just because they're thinking of other people, and that's what's really neat. I didn't get one here. I don't think we got one, but I know. No. But I'm really happy for the guys at the Mission Control Center. So thanks, Butch and Sunny, for looking out for others.
Oh, that's really sweet. Yeah, it's been very thoughtful. The whole broadcast so far, we have seen them call people, acknowledge people, hand out flowers, and now a taco breakfast, huh?
It does look from appearances that we might be running a little bit early. Again, our timelines are built for 4 people, getting ready for Starliner 1 next year.
Go check 5. NPRV, unlock, extended, and capture push station.
That copies all.
So that's the negative pressure relief valve right behind.
Copy 202 monitors being removed from the vehicle.
Right behind Sunny's head, and they are getting ready to close out the cabin and pretty soon close the hatch. So it looks like we're running
Starliner
early.
crew, it's been an honor not to stop in my group with my friends. Anything else you need help with before we leave?
This is Armando Lolly, one of our closeout crew, and we're really good friends, and he definitely is, along with the rest of the team, is making sure that Butch and Sunny are ready to go.
Yeah, for those just joining us again, if we look at the clock, 2 hours, 21 minutes, 45 seconds until liftoff. And yes, the team is ahead of schedule in a nominal timeline, as we call it. You know, they were expecting to maybe be done with the crew ingressing or getting into the spacecraft at around 1 hour and 37 minutes before launch. And as you can see, they are done well beyond that time.
LC Fuel 2.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to make you aware that my topping valve I to P has failed and dropped to 0.
Roger. AC, LC.
AC on 1.
Roger. Fuel 2's reported a I to P has given an anomaly. Please screen the anomaly team and provide a recommendation.
We'll go.
LC Locks 2.
Go ahead.
I've just experienced a similar anomaly with my LOC 669 FCV I to P as well. Topping valve locks also commanded and is currently 0.
Okay, so you're in a stop flow effectively?
That's affirmed, not flagged, but the valves are all closed in the skid, so we're not closed in the vehicle.
Copy that. Yeah, AC also for Locks 2.
Copy that.
Yeah, we can hear the launch conductor, Mr. Lebo, Doug Lebo, working some small anomalies right now that just popped up, some sensor indications for some loading valves. We'll see how the anomaly team works on it, but this is kind of how launches go. They receive some data and start looking at it and see what's possible and what to have to work on. So we'll hear more about that. In the meantime, it looks like they're getting ready to close the hatch.
Starliner Houston for the entire crew, comm check on air to ground 1.
CDR, loud and clear, air to ground 1. TLT, loud and clear, air to ground 1.
Starliner Houston has both crew members loud and clear, air to ground 1. Stand by for a comm check of air to ground 2 via the T0 line. You're going to hear me and reply on air to ground 2. Stand by.
That's Josh Kutrig, the Capcom, my crewmate for Starliner 1.
These continued comm checks to make sure that everyone who needs to talk to one another can.
Well, communication is important, especially in a big team sport, so like spaceflight. So it's good that it all
CDR,
works.
loud and clear, air to ground 2. And Houston, TLT, loud and clear, air to ground 2.
And just to set expectations for our viewers, they will continue to hear comm checks almost up until liftoff. Like we hear them even within that final half hour, just to make sure that everything is still working as it should.
And right now we're talking through a bit through the umbilical, the T0 umbilical that connects. And after that, after a while, they're going to take that umbilical away. So it'll be good. It's good to know that they're ready to talk over the satellite system, TDRS.
Right, there's different pathways of communication
Starliner
that they have to
Houston on
test.
air to ground 1. Audio system checks complete. In 10 seconds, it will be L minus 2 hours, 18 minutes. 3, 2, 1, mark. L minus 2:18.
Good check.
Copy, good check.
LC Slick on channel 1.
Com panel lift
Go ahead,
off
Slick.
on Airground 1 and 2.
Crew insertion
Lift
is
on
complete.
Airground 2.
Roger.
All right, you heard that call out. Crew insertion is complete.
Listen only on Airground 2 just makes it a bit easier for us.
That's what I figured. Okay, there's Airground 1 only talk.
Okay, copy.
So
You're
field two,
sounding
okay.
real good and clear here, so it's all working. One other note from us is a thank you. Everyone
Mandate
here is
top
enjoying a
flow.
lot of breakfast,
And
and we understand that you two had something to do with that.
Roger,
so
you also
behalf of
mandate
NBC,
top flow
thanks.
at this point.
We'll go.
Field 2 is complete.
Hey, it's our pleasure. A well-fed team. It's a well-ready team, so we are happy you guys are well-fed.
You heard those communications there, Mission Control in Houston, thanking Butch and Sunny for sending a taco breakfast to them, and Sunny saying
Slick
a
and
team
Flight,
well
LT
fed
channel 1.
is ready
Flight.
to launch them.
Yeah, just for your awareness, we're troubleshooting a control issue on both the Centaur LOX and hydrogen topping valves. So we're currently have both those tanks in a stop flow condition, so we're not actively topping at this point. No safety concern at this point, but just want you to know we're troubleshooting that.
Roger. Flight copies following on channel 6.
Roger.
So those communications between members of the launch team acknowledging that they are currently watching an issue with a control center, with the control center locks and hydrogen topping valves. Mike, can you talk to us about what topping is? What are these valves? Really break it down for our viewers.
Certainly. The Centaur is the second stage. We're kind of looking at it right in the center of the screen right now. It's a little bit thinner than the rest of the rocket and spacecraft. It has two. This one's a dual engine Centaur, meaning it has two RL-10 engines, and that allows the Starliner, after it gets off the booster phase, the first stage, it goes. It can fly us in a really nice shallow trajectory over the North Atlantic exclusion zone to give the crews more chances in case of abort. So the Centaur is a well-proven upper stage. We've used it quite a bit in the U.S. space program as well as for national security launches. It uses its engines use liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, which is super efficient. Tory Bruno, the president, calls it of United Launch Alliance, calls it a Porsche or a sports car of engines, very high specific impulse, so it gets great quote-unquote gas mileage. Liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen are wicked cold, as they would say in Sunny's Massachusetts. They're very cold, and so you can see it kind of some liquid oxygen right now boiling off right under the bottom of your screen there. And what they do for topping is that as the liquid oxygen normally boils off, just because even no matter how insulated you make it, it's still going to turn from a liquid to a gas. That they top it off, and it sounds like both for liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen. And so in this case, it sounds like that the top off valves, they were having some issues with them, and they're looking into it. And I'm sure these are things that United Launch Alliance has perfected over time. So we'll see what answers they come up with as they work together on the anomaly team.
Yeah, and I think it's really important. We did hear them say no safety concerns as of yet, and then we heard them say, we're going over to channel 2. So we have been listening to, again, communication loops or nets between the different members of the teams monitoring today's launch, and essentially you hear some of the public loops, public communications that go out, but they also go to different channels so that they can work all of these different issues. So that's what the team is doing right now, but in the meantime, we are still proceeding towards launch, and again, are early in the countdown. They were expecting to be closing the hatch around 1 hour and 37 minutes to launch, but here we are at 2 hours and 13 minutes to launch. We see Butch and Sunny inside Starliner, And I don't see any pad team members because I believe they have, yep, they're all outside there of the white room. So basically what's happening now are hatch closure preps. So the pad team has gone through the Starliner spacecraft to make sure anything that isn't supposed to be in there is taken out. And now, Mike, they are outside and making preparations to close the hatch.
Yes, one of the things that we have, or the seal around the hatch, is really important to maintain a hermetically sealed capsule so it can keep the air inside. So we have I think you can see it in the picture, a golden frame that goes around the hatch seals to protect them as people go inside and out, that they don't harm the seals. So they're going to take off the hatch seal cover and then do an inspection and then close the hatch. They've perfected the procedures over time, so this is something that the pad team is really good at.
And there are methodical steps to hatch closure, as you were saying. Again, you know, making sure that they're checking the seals, the framework. There's also like support structures, right, that they need to move out of the way before they actually close the hatch.
That's exactly it. And that's pretty important. But the really neat thing is that once they close that hatch, it will not open again until they land somewhere in the southwestern desert of the U.S.
Yeah, that's
so
crazy, huh?
They need to make sure it's leak tight.
Again, beautiful shots there of our Space Coast.
You know, this is the first time I'm going to see a Starliner launch. I missed the first two. I was in helping support the mission in the Boeing Mission Control Center. So I'm personally looking really forward. It's right behind us, and looking forward to seeing the beautiful rocket launch.
Again, a big thank you to you for being here. I know that the first time around you had a pretty cool role as well. But again, all of that insight, your intimate knowledge of both the crew, but also the procedures, the mission, really invaluable to our viewers, and really explaining why this launch is so important.
Well, thank you. I enjoy my job. I've been an astronaut for half my life, and I love it. And I'm hoping that we're talking and reaching out to future astronauts out there, because there's more and more with commercial crew program and other things. We're able to send more and more people to different places in space, and this is a great mission to be part of. And I'm enjoying sharing it with Dee and you, Megan.
2 hours, 10 minutes, and 8 seconds to launch. Again, this flight test is a big deal. It's only the
2 hours, 10 minutes.
6th time that NASA astronauts...
Elsie. Go ahead. Adjust the safe flow rate to 170 pounds per minute.
Roger.
Only the 6th time that NASA astronauts will fly a new crew vehicle.
And here on NASA TV, we're all sharing this adventure together.
You know, when last asked how Butch and Sunny, each of them respectively, might feel once they're in Starliner on launch day, Butch said he couldn't wait to get in there and see real data and telemetry. I see that he's woken up from his micro nap, as he said, and now he's looking at telemetry there.
Yes, we have a really nice simulator system back in Houston, and with the Boeing company, they have...
LC-1, this is RLM.
Go ahead, RLM.
Yes, sir. I have received, it appears, 4 OTCs at this time. The first one is line item 326, and LH2 Delta P. Looks like they all 4 are.
Roger.
Data's out of tolerance.
Roger. Understand, and that's a result of us not topping at this point. Are all 4 of those OTCs Delta P related?
Yes, sir, they are.
Yes. Okay, let's continue to monitor that while we're troubleshooting the topping valve situation.
I copy.
Right.
I think that was some conversation that talked about with their stop. They stopped topping the second stage, the Centaur tanks, so they were receiving some more telemetry saying, "Hey, we're not being topped right now," and so they're saying, "Yep, that makes sense to us. They're gonna continue troubleshooting and see how it progresses."
Communication is so important because for people who haven't been in a launch control room or really followed us to this degree, there are so many people who are specialized in certain fields and certain parts of what it takes to launch a rocket to space, a crewed spacecraft as well, that you really need to be communicating as much as possible so that we can troubleshoot any issues.
And that's something that I've noticed as my kids have gone through school, is that they've learned how to, been focused more not just on reading and writing and arithmetic, but also on how to work together in teams and how to communicate with each other effectively. And these are great skills that we need in the space program, and certainly great skills that we need as fellow human beings on any team that we're on.
Yeah. So we're looking inside of Mission Control at Houston, and again, all these different consoles have different teams that are specifically monitoring certain things, certain aspects of the launch. So again, it takes a lot of people to do what we're doing today. And here's inside ULA's room as well.
You can see it takes a large team of dedicated professionals to get people into space. And again, Butch and Sonny are sitting at the tip of the spear, but here's the rest of the team that's working hard to get the mission accomplished today.
Now, so if you're just joining us, again, we have Butch and Sonny sitting in the Starliner spacecraft. The pad team is outside as they work to begin closing the hatch. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge a phone call that Sonny made. So if you remember, Butch ingressed first, and then Sonny stayed in the white room. While she was in the white room, she made a phone call to Zach Brandon, and he's the lead technician on Starliner's crew module. He's been working on Starliner for 7 years. The team says he takes great pride in his work, which is evident to Butch and Sonny, and why they chose to call him
LC Slick
today.
on channel 1.
Brandon now watching the launch with family and other Starliner coworkers.
Yeah, no, I gave you crew insertion is complete, so the team did exit the vehicle, put the last couple bags in, and they're starting hatch closure preps, and we'll stand by for approval to close hatch.
Roger.
I bet Zach was surprised to get the phone call from Butch and Sonny. He's like, "Hey, what are you guys doing there?"
Yeah, again, I think this crew has been so great about acknowledging everyone. I mean, Dee, this must be great, again, to see them take these opportunities to acknowledge some Starliner and Boeing employees.
Absolutely. You know, they have been working closely with this team, as well as Mike here, for many years. And so it's extremely thoughtful. I'm sure, you know, the team really appreciates it. But again, you know, they've worked together for a long time to get to this point. So being here is exciting for everyone.
On the first attempt, Sonny called Bill Barr from the White Room, and Barr is the responsible engineer for the ECLIS system, which stands for Environmental Control and Life Support System. And that system provides a habitable atmosphere in Starliner for Butch and Sonny throughout their flight. So that was really cool because Bill sits in mission control. So for that first launch attempt, we were actually able to see him receive the phone call. As you said, Zach, we were not able to get him on camera as he is at a launch viewing site here at Kennedy watching with family and friends, but I'm sure he was as thrilled and excited as Bill was on the first attempt.
Starliner Houston on 1.
Go on 1.
Just giving you an update, ULA is working an issue with a Centaur topping valve. No safety concerns we're monitoring, and we'll let you know where it goes, but that's the reason for the delay on hatch closure. We'll keep you abreast.
All right, thanks for the heads up.
And that was Capcom, right, Mike, calling out to the crew?
Yeah, that's Josh Kutrick, my crewmate, and launch and entry Capcom for Starliner. So he won't be able to do both of those tasks at the same time for Starliner 1. In the meantime, it's amazing as a crew member at the tip of the spear, as Butch likes to say. Sometimes we don't get the information that we can hear down here on the ground. So that was really nice of Josh to step in and give the crew an update and say, hey, the hatch isn't closing because we're working on something. We still have time to sort this out, and so we'll just delay closing the hatch.
Yeah, two important things there for sure, that there is still a lot of time, a lot of pad built into the countdown to still have them close the hatch and launch on time. Again, 12:25 and 40 seconds p.m. Eastern Time, an instantaneous opportunity today. And two, no safety concerns as ULA works this issue.
And what line is that? Okay, got it. Certifying a second spacecraft for regular flights to the International Space Station will greatly benefit the orbiting lab. For more on that, here's NASA's Antonia Jaramillo.
Thank you, Dee. We are here at OSB-2, one of the viewing locations for this launch here at Kennedy, and joining me is NASA Deputy Administrator Pam Melroy. Deputy Administrator, can you tell us why is it having multiple spacecraft available to send humans to space, helping advance, scientific research on board the International Space Station?
Yes, it's going to make a tremendous difference for us. The station has been operating for more than 20 years. We've done thousands of experiments, but really in some cases we're limited by the amount of time the crew can spend. By having 4 crew members instead of 3, we're literally going to be able to double the amount of time that our astronauts can spend doing science. Also, our crew vehicles can carry more science. We also have a diversity of locations that we're landing, meaning that we're bringing science back faster to the ground. And of course, one of the most important aspects of this is as we have more astronauts in space, we can do more human research. And that's really important.
Absolutely. Always having more is better for this. As a former astronaut yourself, you have firsthand experience on the effects of spaceflight on the human body. Can you tell us a little bit more about the human research experiments that Butch and Sunny will get to participate in for this mission?
Yeah, we will never waste an astronaut in space. I will say that. So when Butch and Sunny get up there, even though it's a shorter trip, they're going to join our astronauts that are up there right now, Tracy, Mike, Jeanette, Matt, and join in some of the human research. So the larger of a pool of data we have, the better it is. So they'll be participating in those experiments. But in addition to that, literally, this is a brand new trajectory. We're going to find out. The first question we're going to ask, how did it feel? Did it feel like the shuttle? Did it feel like the Soyuz? What's different? What's the same? And I think the other key aspect of this is we know eventually when we go to the moon and Mars, we're going to have astronauts get outside of the vehicle by themselves when they land. And so every piece of data that we can get on their experiences on these new vehicles is going to help us do that better.
Absolutely. I know we all definitely cannot wait to hear how this mission goes for them. And you briefly touched on this, Deputy Administrator. How do flight tests mission like this help control contribute, to future crewed missions to the moon and eventually onto Mars?
We are going to be doing a lot of flight tests, and this is really core to what NASA does. If you're going to stay at the cutting edge of development, you're always going to be developing new technology, and you have to test it. And so what that means is it's adding to our body of knowledge. So in this specific case, the Boeing Starliner vehicle has parachutes that have commonality with Orion. The docking system is similar to the one that will be used for exploration. So the more data we have on a system and the more experience with it, the safer we will be and the better operationally we'll be. But in addition to that, I think, again, so much of the human research aspect is really important to try to understand and go forward. And there's so much happening on the space station that is supporting both the science and technology, whether it's water reclamation and other technologies that we are going to need to go to the moon and Mars.
Absolutely. Well, Deputy Administrator, thank you so much for joining us. Megan D. Mike, back over to you.
Thank you so much, Tony and Pam. Okay, so for the last 20 minutes, the ULA team has been tracking an issue with the rocket's upper stage. So let's head on over to the ASOC now, where we have Dylan Rice standing by to give us an update.
Hey, Megan. So yeah, you heard on the net that there was a stop flow reported, and essentially what happened was some instrumentation. We stopped getting some data from a couple pieces of instrumentation on the Centaur upper stage, and some automatic protections kicked in and stopped the propellant replenishment process to Centaur. So for the past few minutes, the engineering team has been talking through the process of switching to our redundant instrumentation data stream.
And Roger, thank you.
And as we do that, one of the things that that we do is communicate that full process with everybody so that everybody understands what to expect when we take action like that. These contingencies are pre-planned, but when it comes to human spaceflight, we like to ensure that the broader team is really familiar with what to expect as we make changes to the
adjust
the
the
data
IC
streams.
temperature
because-
to 145 degrees Fahrenheit. Roger.
because those data streams will change during the switch to the redundant circuits. So the team now is finalizing that plan, and they're going to get the approval for that. And then here shortly, we'll hear the team switch that instrumentation to the backup data stream, and we expect that to resolve the issue.
Path forward to allow us to continue to launch. Basically what Dylan is saying is the fix is to move the
1 hour, 55 minutes.
the operation of needing to top off, to move the that operation to another valve, right? A redundant valve that will do the exact same thing.
I think it's going to be really actually the sensors, right? Because you don't want to fill something and not know how it's going. So I think what I think I heard was they're going to switch to a different telemetry system, so then they can reopen the valves and monitor how the top-offs are going. Yeah. But we'll find out in just a few minutes as they go forward. But that's really what is important in aerospace engineering, and for all you future aerospace engineers out there, that's really what is to know that if you really want your things to work, you build them as best you can, and it's really good to have redundant systems. And as a backup, I totally support that. But I mean, it's good to have other ways to do things, and that's why we are looking forward to NASA, as Pam Melroy said, is flight testing is what we do, and getting new spacecraft are really important. So we have redundant systems to go up to the International Space Station.
And even if you look at this in the larger view of the commercial crew program, I mean, the reason why we want at least 2 dissimilar spacecraft to be able to ferry astronauts to and from the International Space Station is, again, because of redundancy. Because if something were wrong with one of the vehicles or one of the spacecraft, there is another one to go to.
And we ran into that trouble in 2003 with the loss of Columbia and our friends. Thank goodness our Russian partners stepped up, and we started flying people up and down regularly on the Soyuz, where up to that point all of our crew members were being really launched on the space shuttle. So, having a redundancy, or sometimes as we say, dissimilar redundancy, really helps to keep the mission going forward.
Again, we are now 1 hour, 52 minutes, and 55 seconds to liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. The ULA team working to transfer to a redundant system to allow the countdown to continue, to allow topping of the Centaur, the rocket's upper stage, to continue. But for now, we're going to head back over to Johnson, where our commentators there are going to introduce you to one particular person who's mostly communicating with the crew. You heard us mentioning him a couple of times already, but that is Capcom, and Brandy and Jim can walk us through that.
Thanks, Megan. As you were saying, the Capcom role has been around at as long as NASA has been sending people into space. It's shorthand for capsule communicator, but it's used even when there's not a capsule to communicate with. For instance, there's a Capcom today in the International Space Station room working with the space station crew. In this case, though, the name is entirely accurate since Starliner is a capsule.
Yeah, historically, Capcom was a role exclusively held by astronauts, with the thought being that an astronaut would know best what another astronaut in space needs to know in any given situation. But when the International Space Station began operating 24/7, 365 days a year, NASA no longer had enough astronauts to constantly fill the Capcom position. So now it's often held by training instructors, mission controllers who have worked closely with the astronauts previously and have a good understanding of the information that they need. But for extremely dynamic situations like launch and landing, you'll often see an astronaut back in that seat.
Yeah, and that's the case today. You've actually heard Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick's voice a few times already today. He did some communication checkouts with the crew. You also heard him giving them an update on the hatch closure being delayed while the ground teams work through this
testing this out
issue on the Centaur valves. So you'll be hearing him a little bit.
Once we have that thumbs up from Sil, what we were planning to do is to disable her safety. We need to run option 354 to disable the fluid monitor testing. Then we need to switch from VRIC 3 to VRIC 1. That'll be a SYS function. Once that's complete, we can go ahead and reestablish fluid monitor and a her safing capability, and that should put us into a position to proceed.
Roger. And do we have an estimate when the still test be complete?
I was told 5 minutes ago, about 5 minutes, so it should be imminent.
Roger. And LC concurs with this. LD?
LD concurs.
Roger. And AC, could we get an update on the still test?
I'll get that right now.
And SYS LC?
Go.
Roger, do you have the steps as were outlined for executing this?
That's affirmative.
Switch, okay. Okay, let's see, flight channel one?
What's here?
Yeah, Roger, I understand we kind of want to give the broader team a little insight to what we're planning to do here. So if we want to merge the nets, we could do that at this time.
In work.
NLC, the pad team is on channel 1. We'll be listening in.
Roger, Roger, thank you.
LC flight and Starliner flight, we merged channel 1 and air to ground 1. So LC, give the crew and the pad team an update.
Roger, and Starliner, can you copy me?
Catch it loud and clear, LC.
Roger. So at this time, what we have is a control issue going to the LOX and hydrogen topping valve. So they are both closed this time, so we are not topping Centaur at this time. So we put in a troubleshooting plan together, and we're going to switch the control logic from VRIC 3 to VRIC 1 because we have redundancy in our control system. And so we're going to switch to VRIC 1 and hopefully restore this topping control and get the vehicle back into topping mode.
Great, copy all. Standing by.
Roger.
Copies as well. Blue team lead copies.
Roger. And flight, let's go ahead and leave this, if you can, leave this merge till we're done. Should take about 5 minutes to complete this operation.
I'll see you copy. Leave your merge.
Roger.
Heard some more communication about the topping issue on Centaur. So let's head back over to ULA's Dylan Rice to walk us through any other updates from the team.
Hey, Megan. Yeah, so we did get quite a bit of an update there just a few moments ago as Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo briefed the crew and Starliner, and I can add to that a little bit. But basically what has happened is the communication to the Centaur topping valves, which are on the mobile launch platform. These are the valves that control the replenishment of oxygen and hydrogen on the Centaur upper stage as it warms up and evaporates. We stopped getting some data from those valves, and the team has talked through the troubleshooting steps to switch to our redundant control circuitry on those valves. So we'll be using the same valves on the mobile launch platform, but using our redundant control circuitry. But as I said a few moments ago, anytime we're going to be interrupting data or changing a configuration, we brief the entire team to include the flight crew. And you also may have heard in the background there that we're the word SIL test, and so we actually are simulating that activity in a lab prior to performing it on the pad, just to double verify the procedures for switching to those redundant control circuits. So that will be taking just a couple of minutes to wrap up that test, and once that procedure's been verified, then the team will implement that corrective action to switch to the backup control circuitry on those Centaur topping valves on the mobile launch platform. So for now, the rocket remains stable. Again, the only impact here is that we're not currently replenishing propellant on Centaur, but with our schedule today, we do have quite a bit of time to get this issue resolved and resume topping on Centaur, which would only take a couple of minutes to get us topped back up to our flight levels where we'd expect. So we will continue to listen and stand by as the team wraps up that exercise and just
flight
verifying.
And Starliner, LC on channel 1. Flight here.
Starliner, go ahead.
Yeah, Roger. So right now we are exercising the steps to do the transfer from VRIC 3 to VRIC 1. We're executing that in our SIL test in the SIL lab just to make sure that we have the proper procedure steps before we execute it here on the pad. So team's asked for a few more minutes to complete that test.
Starliner, copy. Standing by.
Flight copy.
And so, Megan, as you just heard there, that was again the chief launch conductor, informing the broader team there that the team in the lab is just taking some additional time to exercise those procedure steps before we implement those and switch to that redundant control circuitry. So that's the update from the ASOC, Megan. I'll give it back to you, and then we'll get back together here in a few minutes when we have another update and the situation's been resolved.
Yeah, Dylan, thank you so much. That was really helpful, Mike, the way that Dylan really broke that down for us.
Oh boy, yeah, I'm so glad I'm here today. We're learning more about our NASA for crew. Haven't flown before on an Atlas, and we're learning and gaining great confidence in our team. They're doing all the right things to make sure that you can always make something worse, so they're double checking their work before they actually do it. They let everybody know what they're doing. They got concurrence, so we're on a really good track, and in a few minutes we'll get reports to see if switching to a different telemetry control system does the trick. We are highly optimistic, but we won't know until we hear the results. But then that means that the Centaur will get retopped, and the crew will have gas, so to speak, so they can fly into orbit. So this is really a great example of launch operations and aerospace engineering in work real time.
For those who might have joined in the middle of all of that explanation from Dylan, again, the ULA team stopped getting data, right, from a ground valve that controls the topping of liquid oxygen and hydrogen into Atlas V's upper stage, the Centaur. So the fix, right, is they'll still use the same valve, but they're basically switching over to a redundant control system, which will allow them to, again, regain data from that valve as it tops off.
Exactly, both because right now the filling system doesn't know if they're going to overfill or underfill. It doesn't have any insight for a closed loop feedback system. So without the insight to the sensors, it said, all right, I'm going to close both the hydrogen and oxygen valve until I know what's going on, and they're going to put a new sensor system, and then they should be able to refill.
Great. All right, and again, we are still good in terms of the countdown, hatch closure.
On one.
Go ahead, SYS.
Step 200, L2 balloon cycle task is complete.
Roger.
Hatch closure was scheduled for 1 hour and 10 minutes before launch. So again, we still have about 30 minutes to close this hatch and get everything ready for launch. But for now, let's head on over to Daryl Nail. He is in Hangar AE with some NASA leadership of the Commercial Crew Program, and basically they're monitoring everything that's happening, right, Daryl?
Yeah, that's right, Megan. NASA Operation Manager Richard Jones is listening in and talking to his team about the operation that's currently underway. You heard Dylan describe it, going to that redundant control system in order to get data from the LH2 valve, topping valve, and the LOX topping valve in the Centaur upper stage. And as you also heard over the nets, they are currently still running that test in a lab where they execute basically that operation to move to that redundant system before they do it in real life. And so we're currently waiting for the completion of that test before they go ahead and do it. One indicator, talk this over with Dylan, that kind of gives you an idea that it's not the valve and it is the instrumentation kind of led them in this direction, is that when you get stop getting data control from both LH2 hydrogen and the tank liquid oxygen at the same time, that points towards an instrumentation issue
1 hour, 40 minutes.
rather than a valve issue. So all of that was right, and just so that we're all clear, this is on the ground side feeding the propellants into the rocket, but the valve is on the ground side. Again, propellant flowing into the vehicle, and so that's an important note there. But again, it looks like all indications are that we're making that switch to that redundant system, and then we should know here momentarily, and they're going to communicate this to the crew, so we'd expect to hear this over the nets when they tell them that they've made the switch, and then what kind of data are they getting once they've made that switch to the redundant system. This all kicked off around 10:20 a.m. Eastern time when the Capcom reported out that or rather the launch conductor took a report that the Centaur topping valve had gone into a stop flow. So stop flow was initiated as a safety parameter for both the liquid hydrogen tank on the upper stage and the liquid oxygen tank. So they are no longer in replenish. And remember, they're in replenish for the entire time up until just before liftoff, when they cut those, when they turn it off and pressurize the tanks to flight level in order to fly. So as we're speaking, the levels are coming down ever so slightly in those tanks due to the natural boil off, a little more in the hydrogen tank because it's substantially much more colder than the liquid oxygen. But they'll get those replenish valves open back up and feeding that propellant back into the launch vehicle if, as expected, they get the redundant system to tell them where those levels are inside the tank. That's key. That's why they went into stop flow, is in order, because if they don't have visibility on the tank fill rate, then they need to make sure that they do the safe thing and stop flow into that. So again, you can hear the clear communication between the launch team of ULA communicating to the crew, Butch and Sonny, inside the Starliner capsule, keeping them up to date on everything that's happening, even testing in the lab. And so the crew is standing by to get an update. You heard the launch director tie in air to ground to the main net along with the pad so that everybody can hear what's happening and everybody is on the same page. It's a critical part of, as Dylan mentioned, this is a team sport and you want everybody communicating and on the same page. All right, that's the latest here from Hangar AE. We'll send it back to the desk.
Thank you, Daryl. You know, not only is Starliner flying Butch and Sonny today, it is also bringing up nearly 800 pounds of cargo to the space station. Let's check in again with Boeing's Lauren Brennicke and ULA's Dylan Rice.
Thank you, Dee. Yes, you're right. They are taking a lot of cargo up and actually even more than we originally thought back on May 6th, along with Starliner's most precious payload, of course, Butch and Sonny. We are also carrying about 760 pounds of cargo up today. More than half of it is Boeing cargo, like CFT patches, mission coins, silver Snoopy pens, American flags, and a hard drive with about 3,500 pieces of artwork from children across the world. Also tools, emergency life support equipment, and a late ad at NASA's request. Just yesterday, our teams packed a new pump for the space station's urine processing assembly, which is part of the water recovery system on the ISS. The 150-pound pump replaced 2 non-essential cargo bags. Now, it's all methodically packed weeks in advance, 25 bags for Boeing and now 10 bags for NASA, which are carrying things like food, clothes, exercise gear, medical supplies, and things the crew wanted to bring with them as well. On the way back, Starliner will bring about 750 pounds of cargo, so a little bit less on the way back, and that includes 1 empty NORS tank, which is a nitrogen-oxygen recharge system, and that will be refilled for future missions. Now, Dylan, we have been focusing on what's going on with the rocket. There's also just been a lot of other nominal procedures going on in the background.
Yeah, Lauren, that's correct. And so one of the big differences between a countdown for a regular, what I'll call a regular satellite, a payload that doesn't talk back,
yes,
is the length of our built-in hold. So typically for a robotic mission or a communication satellite, we would use a built-in hold of 15 minutes or 30 minutes, depending on the length of the launch window that we have. So the launch window for today is, the built-in hold for today is 4 hours, and that really accommodates that crew loading. So that's the big difference between a countdown for an uncrewed mission versus a crewed mission. During that hold, normally we're into our propellant replenishment, which is the anomaly that we're about to hear an update on.
Steps to switch the card on the VREC.
Roger. LD, gentlemen.
LD on 1.
Proceed, AC.
Okay, we did run through this through the SIL. Slight modification from what I described earlier. First, SOS option 547 to disable her safety. option 548 to switch VREC 3 to 1 for both the analog and PCM. Then there is a couple command lines that the SYS has that will be utilized during the switch. Finally, re-enabling the HERS safing using option 547. I'd like to implement that this time.
Roger. And understand and concur. LD?
LD concur.
Roger. SYS LC?
Yeah.
Roger. Are you ready to implement at this time?
Affirmative.
Roger. Proceed.
In work. We'll report when complete.
Roger. And Fuel 2 and LOX 1 LC?
LOX 1. Fuel 2.
Roger. So during this transfer, you may pick up Fuman number 29 and 31 due to a miscompare, but there's no issue with that, and we'll just clear that after the switch is complete.
Copy. Roger.
Okay, with that update, then the launch conductor and the launch director have approved the plan to switch the redundant data stream that will allow us to resume our Centaur propellant replenishment. So with that, we'll let the team get back to that, and Megan, I'll send it back to you at the host desk.
Thank you so much, guys. All right, so of course this is a historic day for all teams involved, particularly for employees of United Launch Alliance. So why don't we head over to Antonio Jaramillo, who's joined now by ULA's CEO, who has more on the significance of this flight test, but also can talk us through a little bit of the troubleshooting that they're doing today.
Thank you, Megan. Joining me is Tori Bruno, CEO and President of United Launch Alliance. Tori, this is a really historic day for ULA, but before we dive into that, we've been hearing a lot of discussion on the replenishment valve. Can you tell us a little bit more about what's going on?
Yeah, absolutely. These are ground valves that are topping off the propellants in the Centaur, so both the LOX and the liquid hydrogen. It's part of a triple redundant system, and so the fuel levels are being maintained, the crew is in no danger whatsoever, and we will still have enough propellant to go. But we like to have redundancy, and so they have a common controller, and what we've just done is come up with a plan to recycle that controller and see if we can get that third redundant valve pair working. It's come through the SIL, it all looks good, there's no unintended consequences with that. Procedures are written up and they're just being reviewed right now with the team out here at the Cape, and so once we're satisfied, those ground valves will be cycled and we'll see where we are.
Sounds good, and we'll definitely keeping our eyes and ears tuned for that. As we were mentioning, this is a really historic day for ULA, getting to launch humans to space and also the 100th launch of an Atlas V rocket. Why is this such an important milestone for the company?
Oh, it's so exciting to be back and be part of the human spaceflight community. And as you said, it's a really cool event for Atlas because Atlas's great-granddaddy was on Mercury Atlas. John Glenn, first American in space, and then of course ended that, with Gus Grissom there with Mercury Atlas 9. So we're super excited about that. This is a very special configuration of Atlas and flight configuration. And of course, we fly a lot of really critical payloads, but there's just nothing quite as precious as this crew. And it's just very, very different for us to be able to shake hands with our payload, if you will.
Absolutely. Tori, thank you so much for joining us here today. We're very much looking forward to this launch. Megan D. Mike, back over to you.
Yeah, that was really great to be able to hear from Tori Bruno again from ULA. He again recapped for us that the team is currently working.
Go ahead.
Complete.
Roger. So LOX 1 and Fuel 2, go ahead and reestablish topping at this time.
Roger.
And LOX 2, LC.
Go ahead.
Roger. You can reestablish topping also.
Roger.
And with that confirmation that the ULA team is able to...
Go ahead.
I just received an OTC for the second stage gaseous helium model mass, line item 260. Data went out of tolerance mode.
Okay, copy.
The ULA team is able to
Go ahead.
continue topping off.
Centaur helium bottles are venting.
Can you hit a stop flow on that? Or do you understand why they're venting?
Looks like I've got a valve failed to verify.
And IFS LC channel 1.
Sun 1.
Right, is there an action we can take to stop vetting?
Occur with a stop flow.
Roger, Peony 2, did you copy stop flow?
I copy inward.
Yeah, well, it sounds like the United Launch Alliance engineers.
LCS complete, and it did stop the vent.
Roger.
They re-enabled the
ACLC channel 1.
AC1.
Roger. During the transfer, it appears that we did pick up Centaur helium bottle venting command, which looks like, I don't know, we vented about 1,000 psi. If you would please convene the anomaly team and provide a recommendation.
We'll call.
And as they re-enabled comm with the valves, looks like they had some startup transients, and they're looking into what happened, including the helium pressurization tanks. So they definitely are looking at it with the anomaly team, and they should have some recommendations soon.
So basically, they had transferred to that redundant data tracker. And when they did that, they felt confident to start topping off liquid oxygen and hydrogen in the Centaur again. But in doing that, they got another
Go ahead, Loxo.
At this time, I'm about
indicator.
to resume topping, but I will need to perform the transfer line.
Roger, proceed.
So that call, they said that they can continue topping the liquid oxygen, and we'll see how the rest of it goes. But yeah, when you start something new, you get these new transients. You get some messages and alarms, and you have to look at each one to make sure that that you're in a good configuration.
And SYS LC. Roger. Just as a result of the switch there to VRIC 1, you're seeing all normal operation at this time.
That's affirmative.
Roger. And LOX 1, advise when you're reestablished topping.
Roger, we're still in Rachel right now. It should be any minute now.
Roger.
So it looks like
I'll see we're reestablished topping.
Roger.
It looks like we are reestablished.
Go ahead.
Yes, as understood, we got the booster locks 10% full alarm this time. Out of tolerance.
Roger. And we've reestablished topping, so we should get that restored here shortly.
Understand, just wanted to make you aware.
Thank you.
So the good news is that we're retopping on the liquid oxygen side. Some of the messages associated with the liquid oxygen are expected for the configuration we were in, but we definitely had to check them. And it's still a little bit open, and at least to me, Megan, and Dee, is that we'll see what's going on with the liquid hydrogen side. They're still working this.
Yeah, just to give people a little more insight again, you know, we have these loops, and our commentators, as you've heard throughout the show, they're listening to those back channel conversations that us here at the hostess, as well as you guys, the viewers, we are not hearing all of those conversations. So it's really nice when we do get to hear updates from our commentators, because they can really fill us in on what we're hearing, because what we're hearing is in real time, and we're trying to translate it as best as possible for you. So again, about an hour ago is when this issue was initially flagged again, that maybe they weren't receiving the right telemetry, or that the data they had stopped receiving data from a particular ground valve that is responsible for topping off liquid oxygen and hydrogen into the Atlas V second stage, the upper stage. They have been able to reestablish topping on the LOX side of things, the liquid oxygen side of things, but we're still troubleshooting the helium side of the system, yeah?
The helium that's pressurizing the hydrogen. Lots of elements on the periodic table today.
And so, like I said, we have teams listening in to the chatter, the communications between the different folks who are monitoring this issue. So we should have an update there soon.
Peony 2, LC.
Go ahead.
Start center and chill down.
Roger.
LC Slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Looking for approval to go ahead and move the hatch frame and continue with hatch closure preps.
Roger, proceed.
Copy.
So that call out you heard there is from the pad team who are still in the white room just outside of where Butch and Sunny are sitting inside Starliner. You can see a live view of them there. They just...
Calcium 1 AC.
Go ahead.
I'm ready for provide a recommendation for the Centaur bottle repress.
Roger. LD, channel 1.
LD on 1.
Proceed, AC.
Okay, so we need to have the PNE2 use option 350 to reset the stop flow, and then option 320 to deselect resume. That will get us back in configuration and recharge the bottle.
Roger. Understand and concur. LD?
LD concurs.
And PNE2, LC?
Go ahead.
Roger, you ready to execute that at this time?
Can you please repeat the steps? I was initiating CEC.
Roger. That's option 350 to reset the stop flow, and then 320 to deselect and resume.
Copy. I'm prepared.
Roger, proceed.
Roger.
So it sounds like that the ULA is still pressing forward, and that allows the pad team
And
to begin hatch closing.
Go ahead.
Without
Roger.
actually closing the hatch.
Have you
They're
been
just
able
getting
to
ready.
Restart topping at this time?
Affirmative. In topping.
Roger. And everything's nominal?
Affirmative.
At some point, could you give me an estimate when you think you'd be back at flight level?
Affirmative. I will get back to you.
Thank you.
All right, that was a good call
And
out
lock
there.
2, LC.
Go ahead.
Roger, have you initiated topping yet?
That's firm rechill was successful, currently at 98.9.
Roger.
Well, it sounds like our elements are taken care of with
Yeah.
Flight
oxygen
and Slick and Starliner,
and
channel
helium.
1.
Here we go.
Flight here.
Starliner, go ahead.
Roger. So at this time, we've completed the transfer from VREC 3 to VREC 1, and all our systems are back active topping and returning Centaur helium to flight pressure. So at this time, I think we're on track to continue with the countdown, and flight, I think we can demerge these nets for the time being.
Good news, LC. Nice work.
Roger. Thanks, Starliner.
Good news, flight copies will deconfigure.
All right, a lot of good call outs there, a lot of good updates. So why don't we toss it
Go
back
ahead.
over to ULA's
Should be
Dylan Rice.
approximately 20 minutes.
Roger.
And Megan, yeah, we've had a busy couple of minutes here, but as you did hear, we have recovered from the stop.
Slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Wondering if you had an estimated for hatch closure weather brief.
Yeah, getting ready to issue that right now.
Roger.
RC, LC?
RC on 1.
Conduct weather briefing on Channel 8 Weather Conference Net.
Roger. LC lock skill.
Go ahead.
Center LO2 at flight level.
Roger.
LC PNE2.
Go ahead.
Bottles have returned to flight mass and flight pressure.
Roger.
Okay, so yeah, a lot of traffic on the net here, but just to kind of recap, we had been tracking the issue with the instrumentation associated with the Centaur topping valves. That issue's been resolved. Centaur is now back in replenish on both tanks. In fact, we just heard that the
And
Centaur...
arm control, LC. Arm control. Power on crew access arm hydraulic heater as required.
Roger.
So Centaur liquid oxygen is back at flight level, and also we did have to we did vent a little bit of helium there as we recovered the systems, and the Centaur helium bottles have now been recharged as well. So, it's a good sign that we did hear the team talk about continuing with the hatch closure preps, and they're moving forward to the next weather briefing, which will get us closer to launch. It sounds like that. Although we had a really exciting past hour, hopefully we have all that behind us now, and we get back to nominal operations as we continue to march toward our planned T0 of 12:25 and 40 seconds Eastern Time.
To launch. So with that, as you heard, the pad team is in the white room. They are continuing preps to actually close the hatch. There will be a weather briefing first to decide whether or not they should move forward with the hatch close. While we wait for that, let's check back in with NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May in Mission Control.
I just want to give you step 220, Centaur engine shutdown initiated.
Right. The control team here in Houston has been following along with all the issues that are going on in Florida, but things are going fairly smoothly on the Starliner side so far.
So once
We're about an hour and 16 minutes away from today's liftoff, and once we do lift off, the crew will have a 25.5-hour ride to get to the International Space Station. And with this being the crewed flight, they'll have a number of test or flight test objectives to work through, putting the Starliner systems through its paces to prove them out before operational flight begins. First of those will come after Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams reach orbit today, when they'll be doing some manual piloting checkouts while they're still well away from the space station. They'll be flying some attitude maneuvers, changing Starliner's orientation, using only visual cues to start with, and then using Starliner's attitude direction indicator, which we use for all of those other planned attitude maneuvers. And they're also going to point the spacecraft's tail to the sun to demonstrate that it can use solar arrays to recharge its batteries.
And once they arrive near station, they'll take over with manual control again to demonstrate their ability to station keep for about 5 minutes at the opening of the approach corridor. And this corridor reaches out to about 260 meters away from the forward docking port on the ISS Harmony node, or as you may hear later on the broadcast, node 2 forward. This maneuver should be pretty familiar to both Butch and Sunny because it's very similar to flight ops they performed while in the Navy, like lining up an aircraft with a refueling tanker,
Flick LC channel
or
1.
a landing approach with a carrier. Like lining up an aircraft with a refueling tanker, landing on a carrier,
Slick on channel
or also hovering.
Roger, Slick. You have a go to proceed with hatch closure.
Roger.
Just heard the teams across the country, they're pulling to go ahead with the hatch closure. So that's good news moving forward with the countdown. And sorry, Jim, go ahead with what you were saying.
No worries. Talking about the manual piloting demo the crew's going to do while hovering out in front of ISS.
Starliner, be advised we've been given a go to proceed with final hatch closure.
Outstanding. Nice job, guys. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Much appreciated. See you when you
Or longer.
And with Butch planning on staying up there longer, maybe he'll do a couple extra manual piloting demos for us while he's around there. But when they fly with these manual flight controls, it'll be 6 degree of freedom control using both joysticks. One called the rotational hand controller for changing direction. The other called the translational hand controller, similar to a throttle in an aircraft, but instead of one direction, you can go up, down, left, right, forward, and back.
That's right, but we've got to get into orbit before we get to any of that. So we've got another hour and 13 minutes until today's 10:34 p.m. Eastern launch today. Flight Director Mike Lammers has been keeping a close eye on all these activities as crew got into their seats and went through the suit leak checks. We'll have a few more things to watch as we go through the hatch closures, including the capsule leak checks. And in about an hour, Lammers will be polling for a go or no-go here in Houston, hoping to get a thumbs up across the board for today's launch. He'll be speaking for this team when he gives his final go or no-go to the launch conductor about 7 minutes before launch.
And the International Space Station also has to be go to welcome Starliner tomorrow. So let's go back to Space Station Flight Control Room and NASA's Rob Navius for an update. Rob?
Yeah, thanks, Jim. Flight Director Pooja Jasrani on console at this hour with the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers. They'll be polling their team to get the green light to proceed with the countdown and the launch that hopefully will culminate with a docking by Starliner to the Harmony module of the International Space Station at 1:50 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday. During the week or so that Wilmore and Williams are aboard the International Space Station, each dock day will see a different variety of activity for the Starliner duo. On Monday, for example, Wilmore and Williams will continue unloading cargo they brought to the station and will transfer some used emergency equipment from station to Starliner for the trip back to Earth. They'll stow their launch and entry suits aboard the vehicle and conduct a debrief with NASA and Boeing officials about the rendezvous and docking phase of the mission. Once Starliner's batteries are charged through station power resources, Starliner will be configured for quiescent operations. So with hatch closure in the offing and the countdown proceeding for a liftoff 1 hour, 11 minutes, and 40 seconds from now, we'll toss it back from the Space Station Flight Control Room to you folks down at the Cape.
If you're just joining us, welcome to the official broadcast of NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test, or CFT. What you are seeing now is a live look from one of our helicopters here along the Space Coast, orbiting the Starliner spacecraft atop a ULA Atlas V rocket. Inside that Starliner spacecraft, 2 NASA astronauts, Commander Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, pilot.
Maybe I just didn't get it formally from you, but you're back at flight level.
Affirmative.
Roger.
At launch, Butch and Sonny will make history as the first people to fly aboard Boeing's Starliner capsule. And liftoff is targeted for about an hour and 10 minutes from now at 12:25 and 40 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. And we are happily proceeding, marching towards that T0 after a busy hour. Mike, can you kind of recap for people the last hour of the launch countdown?
Well, in the last hour, we got to see some really great engineering and launch operations and teamwork happen. So the second stage of the Atlas launch vehicle, called Centaur, it is powered, its fuels are liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, and it's already has all the fuel in it, but since they're liquid, they're very cold and they kind of boil off, so we just add a little bit more on top, so we top it off.
-1 hour, 10 minutes.
The 2 valves that were used for topping off lost insight for their control algorithms, so they couldn't see the sensors, and it was an upstream bus, so they changed the control algorithm and logic and got back in business. So we were back on the launch timeline. The crew was informed. Everybody was talked to about it. Never in danger. Just a way to just having to relook at a different control system and sensors. So in the meantime, the pad team was held off from closing the hatch just in case they needed to get the crew out today.
LC, Channel 1.
And they're
RC,
closing the hatch now.
Verify range ready for FTS open loop test.
Verified.
FTS LC.
This FTS.
Start final open loop FTS test.
Roger.
and FTS stands for Flight Termination System in case the rocket were to go off course. Of course, by that time, the Starliner, if the FTS were needed, the Starliner would fly out of the way. But that's just a normal test right now, and you can see they're closing the hatch. We're getting ready to launch in 1 hour and 8 minutes. Very exciting.
Yes, very exciting.
You know, teams are periodically briefed on the weather for today's launch. Let's check back in with Daryl Nail over at Hangar AE with the latest. Daryl?
Thank you very much, Dee. And here at Hangar AE with the team, monitoring both the launch operation as well as the weather. We got a great weather report from our launch weather officer just a few minutes ago. Winds were the one watch item, and they were driven, as you look at the satellite map, by a high pressure system off the coast of North Carolina that you can see there, that clearing area. You see how it's turning in a clockwise direction. That's what's bringing all of our onshore flow. That is what's driving these winds. You see the clouds going by overhead. So this image from College of DuPage, they've got our GOES 16 data streaming through, and it's a great representation. You can also see the ascent corridor as a result of that high pressure system is also fairly clear all the way up the eastern seaboard. That's the track that Starliner will take. That's good as well. Only some moderate concerns for high sea states because of those winds. But overall, we are looking good in the corridor. We are 90%
LC
go.
Slick on channel 1.
Go ahead.
Hatch closure is complete, and we're moving into hatch gross leak checks.
Roger.
All right, hatch closure is complete, a great milestone that we've reached in this operation to get to liftoff. And just to wrap up, 90% go here at the pad. We're good to go along the ascent corridor, and so for weather, we're looking fantastic for a June 1st day, and which is the first meteorological day of summer. Usually we have rain and thunderstorms this time of day. Unfortunately, we don't. There you see the graphic, 90% go. And everything look weather-wise.
Starliner Houston back with you, ready for pre-launch cabin leak check. You can prepare for cabin pressurization per your checklist. Configure the HIU Vox sensitivity knobs to maximum.
Teamwork.
And as we look at the Starliner capsule from inside the white room, the blue team getting ready to make their exit, doing their final preparations before they leave. You can see them going through their list of procedures right there on the desk there. Also, that's a great call out. We want to hear that the capsule can be pressurized, and so they're doing that now. At this moment, I want to welcome into Hangar AE Deputy Program Manager Dana Hutcherson, who is here now with me. Thanks for taking the time to come over and talk to us. You're on console. You've been listening to the teams, both ULA and Boeing, as they prepare this rocket and spacecraft to go. It's been a little exciting over the last hour or so. Talk a little bit about that, what you observed from ULA team and your team in getting through the ground valve issue where they were able to get a redundant system and they were able to get that stabilized, get back into flow.
Yeah, it's been an exciting last hour or so, I guess, on the count. It's really cool to see the teams reacting to any anomaly that's been popping up, and they've been able to work through it. They've ran tests offline to validate the procedures and been able to jump right back into it to be able to get us back into the flow and the process. So it's really neat to see how everyone is ready for this launch and on point and just getting everything together for this launch today.
I was particularly impressed in listening to the ULA team and how quickly they worked through the problem and how fast they were able to bring the flow back in after resolving that redundant data issue that they had. That was impressive. Let's go over to the Boeing team. Earlier in the count, they pressurized the thruster manifold that had the issue with the helium leak. How did that go?
They everything went nominal. We expected to see some leak, and it was about the same. All the other Checks came out nominal as well, so I believe that we are all systems go in that front. Haven't seen any other issues that have alerted us or alarmed us as well. So we're happy that we've discussed that at length, and we've planned out our procedures and our process of how we would react to that. But so far, everything is looking good with the helium system as well.
You mentioned discussed at length. This team, your team, along with ULA and Boeing, have worked extremely hard in the weeks leading up to this. I've sat in on a few of the meetings. It's amazing to me the amount of detail, the amount of work that has been done in order to verify and make sure this is safe to fly. Talk a little bit about how hard the team was working.
Oh, the team is just all the teams. You remember we started off with working with the ULA, with the valve replacement. So that started our process from the time we scrubbed in early May. So from there, we've moved into the working with the spacecraft and the helium anomaly. The teams have been working night and day to resolve that, to make sure that we've stepped through every procedure, every process, and making sure that we're okay. It's been phenomenal to watch the team and to see the camaraderie across all the boards and listening to all the experts and making sure that we are good to go. We've had to pull in a lot of extra boards and actually had another flight readiness review as well to make sure that the whole agency at NASA and then Boeing and ULA, everyone is ready to go. Very awesome to see this teamwork and the seamless teamwork across the board.
That Delta FRR just a couple of days ago that was held, and we had a press conference yesterday, and the team reported out that everything is moving forward. You're talking about how hard the team worked. They deserved a little time off, so you guys took Memorial Day weekend to kind of recharge a little bit.
Yes, we did. We allowed some the folks to go and take a little bit of a break, have a barbecue if they needed to, and get a little bit of a recharge, as you said, to be able to get back into and have a clear mind and be able to get back into the procedures for this week.
Further proof that you are indeed a human being. These are human people that are working on all this. I just got to flash this really quick. This is Dana Hutcherson on a local community magazine in our city. And here she is with her husband, Jeremy, and her two dogs, her two labs. I sat down to my dining room table. My wife had this sitting on, and I said, well, look at this. This is the woman I'm interviewing today for the launch broadcast. Learned some interesting things about you, Dana. You like to, obviously travel and do fun water sports all around Florida. And it also says here that you're an introvert.
Yes, I am very much so an introvert, but you wouldn't know it, I guess, some days. Yeah. But yes, that was really a surprise to get to see that and have that opportunity. Being featured on Cocoa Beach Living.
Cocoa Beach's own Dana Hutcherson, Deputy Program Manager for CCP. Thank you so much for being here. We appreciate it. And continued good luck on the team working towards launch.
Appreciate it.
Yep. All right, we'll send it back to you.
We have teams monitoring today's launch operations here in Florida as well as in Houston. In the room right next to Leroy, you have ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke, who have been monitoring operations with the rocket and the spacecraft for the last 3 hours.
Yeah, Dia, we've actually been monitoring them close the hatch and start the pressurization process. As you've seen there on your screen, I want to give you a little bit of perspective on how this works, and it's kind of interesting what the astronauts will experience sitting in there. It's a lot like when you feel a pressure change when you're in an aircraft. So their ears will pop, and the whole process, doesn't take very long. It just takes a couple of minutes. But our team is checking about half a dozen valves and more than 60 seals. So things like windows and hatches and vestibules. And they will let the spacecraft sit for about 10 minutes while they check. You could think of this as like inflating a balloon. When you start to inflate a balloon, you'd be able to tell pretty quickly if there was any kind of a leak where the air would be coming back out of it. So very similar process here, and that's what the team is going through. If you are just joining us, we are just under 1 hour till launch time. A couple of hours ago, our teams, the Boeing teams, were able to confirm that the leak rate remains acceptable. If you've been following along with us this week, you may have heard about the helium leak that we had, but we know now the leak rate remains acceptable. And in fact, our teams even said that it looks better than before. So all good news. And Dylan, Atlas really has been all over the solar system. Today's a little different because we have crew on board.
Well, that's right, Lauren. And so, we really are thrilled to have Butch and Sunny on board, and thrilled to be a part of this program as we put Atlas back in service for human space flight. This, on the one hand, we have some really thoroughly established processes and procedures that we've used for missions to the sun, the moon, Mars, and we're using those today. But this countdown really is unlike anything we've done before, and so we're just absolutely thrilled to be a part of it. We remain in our final built-in hold now as we continue to prepare for liftoff, but there are still a few things ahead of us today. As you talked about, the blue team is on the pad while that leak check is going on. They're continuing their preps to clear out. Once we do get the area clear, we'll be preparing the vehicle's propulsion and hydraulic systems for launch. We'll also be getting some data and loading that into the flight computer that will help Atlas and Centaur steer through the upper level winds as we pierce the atmosphere. You'll also be hearing some comm checks between the Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo and the Starliner crew and Houston as well. As we get all those things will take us closer and closer to our launch opportunity today, coming up at 12:25 and 40 seconds. And of course, the one big visual cue that you will get that we're moving right along will be retraction of that big crew access arm. So that's going to be coming up here in just a little over 40 minutes, a little under 40 minutes, I should say. But the big crew access arm will retract, and at that point we'll be very close to launch.
And it's really important that the crew cleans everything
FTS
up.
on channel 1.
Go FTS.
Operation 55, step 270, FTS open loop test is complete.
Roger.
All right, we just heard that leak check is complete. Again, we are just under 1 hour. We're about 56, 57 minutes right now away from launch. The cabin leak check is complete, and we are moving forward nominally. Feeling like a great day to go to space, Dylan.
I agree. Let's do it.
Megan, we will check back in with you in just a little bit. Back over to you guys.
Well said, Dylan. Let's do it. And actually, why don't we take the time now to take another look at the crew making history with this test flight. You see Commander Butch Wilmore closest to the screen here, corner right. Now, Commander Butch Wilmore, NASA astronaut and retired U.S. Navy captain, was raised in Mount Juliet, Tennessee, is married to Deanna Wilmore, and they have 2 daughters. As a naval pilot, Butch racked up more than 8,000 flight hours and 663 carrier landings, all in tactical jet aircraft. He completed 4 operational deployments supporting missions like Operation Desert Storm. Before his selection to NASA, Wilmore was on exchange to the Air Force as a flight test instructor at the Air Force Test Pilot School at Edwards Air Force Base in California. Butch is a veteran of 2 space flights as a pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009, and then in 2014 he served as flight engineer for Expedition 41. And so far, Wilmore has spent 178 days in space and performed 4 spacewalks. This flight test will be his 3rd mission to the ISS.
And Sunny Williams, CFT's pilot and a retired U.S. Navy captain. NASA selected her as an astronaut in 1998, just 2 years before Butch. This will be Sunny's 3rd mission to space, making her the first woman on a test flight of an orbital spacecraft. Her first trip to the ISS launched in 2006. She served as flight engineer for Expeditions 14-15. She then returned to the orbiting lab in 2012 and was commander of Expedition 33. Sunny has more than 50 hours of spacewalk time, the 2nd most cumulative time by a female astronaut. So far, she has spent 322 days in space. Before NASA, Sonny was a former naval test pilot and instructor, logging more than 3,000 flight hours in more than 30 different aircraft. Williams grew up in Needham, Massachusetts, and is married to Michael Williams.
Starliner at Houston on 1. Good pressure. The side hatch is being configured now. Audible noises may be heard.
Standing by, thanks.
She enjoys hanging out with her dogs, working out, hiking and camping, as well as working on cars and houses.
What do these two not do, Mike?
No, they are some of NASA's finest, and were chosen to fly on this mission so that we can get Starliner certified and fly more Starliners to the space station in the future.
How does it feel, seeing your friends who you've trained alongside with so many years now? How does it feel to see them about 53 minutes to launch?
I am so proud of my friends. I've been working with Butch and Sonny for, as like Butch likes to say, half a decade, 5 years or so, and we're as you can see today, and all the work as we were getting ready to launch today, how much Butch and Sonny, as well as we appreciate the whole team that we're part of. Sure. And Butch and Sonny have really expressed their gratitude to everyone and try to include the team as we all go forward on this mission. And so I'm super proud of them, and I'm a little envious, but I'm really happy for them to be this close to flight. 53 minutes to go.
You're not the only astronaut that says that. It's okay.
As the crew aboard Starliner prepares to launch to the space station, let's take a look at what's in store for them, for Sonny and Butch, while on this mission.
The mission of the Commercial Crew Program is to provide transportation for astronauts to the International Space Station.
Multiple providers provide you redundancy. Redundancy is important, as we know. In our systems, we have redundant systems.
But actually, more importantly, it's providing the aerospace workforce the opportunity to test out new ideas, new technologies, and work them into spacecraft. Butch and I are the first two to fly the Starliner, so this flight will be a crew flight test, so there'll only be two on board. We're going to fly it up to the space station, dock it, and test it all out, and then come back home.
Everything's new. The procedures are new. We have procedures now that we didn't have a year ago because we've learned as the process has gone forward.
We've had 2 test flights uncrewed previously, but this will be the first time we're putting people on it.
We're test pilots, and so we're going to be testing the spacecraft in all aspects of the flight, from launch, on orbit, all the way to entry and landing.
We're testing out the environmental control system. We're testing out the manual flying of the spacecraft. Then while we're docked to the space station, we have a bunch of tasks to make sure that the spacecraft can act as a lifeboat. And just in case anything bad goes on the International Space Station, the crew on board can come to the Starliner and make sure that they're okay.
This has a mode where we call it backup mode, which is your get home mode, if you will. We can, without any communication at all, we can still effect a return to Earth, do a deorbit burn, and hit the point where we're trying to land, even without our computers. You know, that old mantra, failure is not an option, because it's a very dynamic thing we do flying in space, and it's not very forgiving, and we know that. And that's why we have these multiple systems and multiple redundant capabilities, because human life is special, and we want to preserve it at all costs.
I think exploration is just in the human heart. Butch, he describes himself as the first thing he said as a kid was why. And I think that's in all of us. Maybe we don't verbalize it, but we all ask why. And that's what exploration is. It's that next step of why. So why not go back to the moon? Why not try to live on the moon? It seems like a natural stepping stone to the next thing, Mars, which just calls us. Like, why is that planet there? What is the future of that planet? What is the future of our planet? And to be able to take these next steps in exploration, we're going to start answering those questions.
We stand on the pinnacle. This is kind of where everything, integration, everything comes together, which is where Sonny and I sit. And this is just a part of the ongoing process of growing and expounding our knowledge and our understanding of all things for the benefit of mankind.
I am Sonny Williams, and I am ready to fly NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test.
I'm Butch Wilmore, and I am ready to fly NASA's Boeing Crew Flight Test.
And we are ready to see them fly as well. You know, we've been inviting our viewers, you guys, to reach out to us on social media and ask us any questions you might have about this historic flight test. And one that we've been seeing a lot is, you know, why are teams still launching while there is a helium leak on Starliner, on the Starliner spacecraft. Mike, can you address that?
No, that's a really good question, and we spent a whole week and a half getting ready to be able to answer that to ourselves and to Butch and Sunny, saying, why is this okay, or how is this okay, or should we take the spacecraft back and replace it? Well, we looked at not just the data that we've seen, but also the what could happen in the worst case, and then what could happen even worse than that. And at every point, and because Starliner, you heard what Butch said on the overview there, was that Starliner has a lot of redundant systems. So even if we were to, if that leak were to get bigger, and it hasn't, but if it were to get bigger, it could get a lot bigger, and we'd still be okay. And even if it leaked out the entire bottle of helium for that manifold, we could still fly back and land safely in the desert in Southwest United States. So we NASA looked at what the risks were, and working with the crew, and the crew office said, hey, this is not ideal. We don't like this. But this is a test flight, and we were able to manage this risk and accept this risk. And it's a really tiny leak. We will be okay. And if it isn't, here's what we do. And we spent a lot of time in the simulators and writing procedures just in case. Just like we saw a little bit earlier, United Launch Alliance, they had a small anomaly. They said, all right, here's our alternative procedures. Let's run through it. And they went through it methodically. We do the same thing on board. So we have everything ready just in case.
Yeah, and just for more context, as you said, this is a very small leak. Starliner could handle 4 more leaks, or this one leak growing by 100 times its current size before needing to be managed in flight. And actually, other spacecraft like Shuttle have launched with similar helium leaks in the past. Also important to note, teams continue to watch and monitor this leak to make sure that it's not growing. And as we've said, it has not grown in the time that they've first detected this leak. So again, that's why the decision is being made to fly, and that's why we continue to march towards our instantaneous launch opportunity at 12:25 and 40 seconds Eastern Time. Meanwhile, inside Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, folks there are keeping a close eye on launch, continue to do so. Here's NASA's Brandy Dean and Boeing's Jim May.
Thanks, Megan, and welcome back to the Starliner Flight Control Room in Mission Control Houston, where the flight control team is continuing to follow along with all the activities going on in Florida now that we are 46 minutes away from today's launch. Once Starliner gets off the pad, Jim and I will be with you through Ascent, giving you play-by-play and expanding on the calls that you'll hear Capcom Joshua Kutrick making to Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams on board.
There are a number of major milestones you want to keep an eye out for during Starliner's climb to orbit. The first call that you'll hear from Starliner's crew is roll program, coming from Commander Wilmore, indicating that Starliner is rolling into the right orientation for ascent and orbit operations. Then about 45 seconds into the flight, the crew and Starliner will reach max Q, which is the maximum dynamic pressure that they will experience during ascent, and that happens just before they reach Mach 1.
Then 1 minute and 35 seconds into flight, the solid rocket boosters that give Starliner its first major push into orbit will have used up all of their fuel. Starliner will hold on to them for a little more than 1 minute after that, and then jettison the boosters before second stage takes over and take Starliner away the rest of the way.
Starliner will actually reach orbit around 11 minutes and 58 seconds into flight, at which that point the Centaur main engine will cut off. Starliner and its crew will hold on to that stage for a couple minutes and then separate from it at around the 14-minute, 58-second mark. From there, Butch and Sunny will be free flying on orbit in Starliner.
During Ascent, you'll hear Kutrick mentioning a number of abort-related milestones as Starliner moves past them. Starliner can safely abort all the way up to orbit, including off the east coast, off the coast of Newfoundland, and off the coast of Ireland. Beyond that, it will be able to safely reach abort to orbit, just staying in space as an abort. And of course, we're hoping not to need any of those.
Request permission to begin white room closeout.
Roger, thanks, Slick. Blue team, perform toxic vapor and O2 checks when raising the environmental seal and configure white room for launch.
Roger.
And Slick, if you get a annulus purge disconnect time.
And once Starliner has made it to orbit, the last major milestone before the crew begins what we called orbit ops is called the orbit insertion, or OI burn. That will move Starliner into an elliptical orbit as opposed to a more
LC,
circular
this is
one.
Slick. We're calling it 1537 Zulu.
Roger.
Going from a circular orbit, which they get off of after separating from Atlas, into an elliptical orbit, and then from there Starliner will be on its way to International Space Station.
Yeah, and it sounds like the teams that have been getting Butch and Sunny ready are just about done with their job and ready to move, or getting ready to move away from the White Room. But before we go back to Florida, let's check in with Rob Navius and the International Space Station Flight Control Team. Rob?
Thanks, Brandy. Just inside 44 minutes until launch, and back here in the ISS Flight Control Room, flight controllers are keeping tabs on the countdown and monitoring the work on board in the aftermath of the docking of the unpiloted Progress resupply craft earlier today at 7:43 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, NASA astronauts Matt Dominic, Mike Barrett, Jeanette Epps, and Tracy Dyson, along with Station Commander Oleg Kononenko of Roscosmos and fellow cosmonauts Nikolai Chub and Alexander Grabenkin, will form the welcoming committee when Wilmore and Williams arrive on board tomorrow. The dock timeline is elastic. That means that the number of days that Starliner could stay at the station could be pared down or expanded depending on any further launch delays or undocking delays driven by weather conditions at the western U.S. landing sites for Starliner. One critical dock day for the Starliner crew.
Starliner Houston, cabin leak check complete. You can open the vent valve.
All right, great. That's in work.
One critical dock day for the Starliner crew will come 2 days prior to their scheduled undocking, when they load the last of the cargo items to be returned to Earth in the vehicle and will conduct onboard manual piloting proficiency that will enable them to stay sharp for their departure from the station and the deorbit and entry events that will follow. So here we are at the intersection of Cape Canaveral, Houston, and space. And aboard the station, two of the Expedition 71 crew members, Jeanette Epps and Tracy Dyson, recently took a moment to set the table for the arrival of Wilmore and Williams at their orbital destination.
Hey, Sunny and Butch, we can't wait for you guys to join us here on station. We'll be monitoring your every move on the journey, and we'll be waiting to open the hatch and welcome you to your home away from home.
Butch and Sunny, we know you've waited a while to get your ride aboard Starliner, but we know it will have been worth every minute. So from all of us on the International Space Station, Godspeed, and we'll see you soon.
As we prepare in less than an hour to launch 2 astronauts to space during this test flight, let's check back in with NASA's Antonio Jaramillo, who spoke earlier today with NASA's top administrator about this mission.
It's always an honor to be joined by NASA leadership, and joining me today is NASA Administrator Bill Nelson. Administrator Nelson, can you tell us why it's so important for the space agency that we have another American space company launching from American soil?
You always want to have a backup position, and in this case, a second spacecraft. For example, when we go to the moon, we will have 2 landers. We will have a SpaceX lander, that's first, and then the Blue Origin lander. But this is a significant launch of a test of a brand new human-rated spacecraft, and it's only 6 in the history of NASA. There was Mercury, Gemini, Apollo, then the Space Shuttle, then Dragon, and now the Boeing Starliner launching for the first time with humans on board.
That's right. It's very historic, very important. And you know, you touched on this. Why is it important in general that we do have multiple spacecraft available to send humans to space?
Because we want to explore. We are exploring in many different ways with humans as our astronauts. We go back to the moon, not just to go to the moon, but to get ready, to learn, to live, to create in order to go to Mars. But that's just one part of our space program. The science, research, the exploration of the heavens, the commercial program. We're going back to the moon later this year with a commercial lander with a NASA instrument that's going to dig to see if there is water on the South Pole. It's a whole combination of a bunch of things that are going on.
That's right. You briefly touched on that. I mean, there's already been a ton of exciting missions this year. What else can the public look forward to?
Well, in addition to those, remember the first A in NASA is aeronautics. And we're going to fly the needle-nose new supersonic. It goes faster than the speed of sound, and it's designed so that it will not make the sonic boom, so that it can fly faster than the speed of sound over populated areas. That's one. We got another aviation project to improve the fuel efficiency by 30% of a mid-range single-aisle transport aircraft like the Boeing 737.
That is fascinating. Administrator Nelson, thank you so much for joining us here today. We'll send it back over to you.
We interviewed the administrator earlier because he is currently at the ASOC with the launch team as we watch the crew access arm moving away from the Starliner spacecraft. Now, the plan is for Butch and Sunny to be docked to the ISS for at least 8 days, and after they will return to Earth with a soft touchdown in the American Southwest. This is video and sound from inside Starliner during its return to Earth 2 years ago as part of the Orbital Flight Test 2 mission. Its heat shield reaches 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit during re-entry, and parachutes are then deployed and the heat shield discarded to expose Starliner's airbags. The original test pilot, Rosie the Rocketeer, you see there, collected data of what astronauts might experience during landing. Starliner is the first and only American orbital crew capsule to land on land. This allows for quicker access to crew and cargo. It also makes turning the spacecraft around for future missions quicker. But Mike, Starliner can also land in water, like we were talking about earlier.
Yes, Starliner is a very capable spacecraft. Of course, we want it to land on land for the reasons you said. I love those airbags. I can't wait to ask Butch and Sunny how good those are. But in case of emergency, we can land on water. And we have a central airbag, another one.
28 seconds, excess burn duration, and we'll go north to triage 6 if necessary.
The crew was just calling in. They just got some data.
Yeah, those are all good work, Starliner. Good readback. One additional item for you. In the commander's folio, you'll recall you have your 2 tablets. You've got a serial number 12 and a serial number 13. They're both ready to go, but one thing for you. Serial number 12, we were looking at footage here. Its time is out of sync. So it's no issue for you till orbit. When you're on orbit, you'll want to get that tablet, serial number 12, back in sync with the time on your DUs. It's only going to influence where you see the red line and bold. So if you did have to use bold before that, go ahead and do it on 13. Otherwise, we'll just resync in flight, and we can help you with that when we get there.
All right, good words. We'll copy that, and if we have any questions when we get there, we'll give you a call. And I have confirmed that I can reach the tablet.
Houston copies.
That was Josh Kutrick giving some last-minute info to Butch and Sunny about their tablets, as well as in case of emergency where to go left or right at the end of the slide wires. But yeah, Starliner could land on water. We'd rather not, but it has that capability, and it has a different airbag configuration for that.
Yeah, the flexibility is great.
We have just about a half hour left before launch. Let's check back in with NASA's Antonia Jaramillo, who's now with someone who's been a part of Starliner since the beginning. Tony?
Thank you, Dee. For those of us just joining, we are here at OSB-2, one of the viewing locations for this launch. And joining me is Chris Ferguson, former NASA astronaut and Boeing astronaut. Chris, you've been part of Starliner since the beginning. How does it feel to be here and now get to watch it take flight with astronauts on board?
Well, given it's such a darn gorgeous day, I'm really excited. Of course, this is the culmination of probably 12 years of, just watching and working and getting involved with the development. But I was very excited to see it all come together. It's a little breezy out here, but you can't beat the weather.
Absolutely. It is a gorgeous day. Now, Chris, if you could give a piece of advice to Butch and Sunny and to all our astronauts flying on our commercial crew missions, what would it be?
Well, Butch and Sunny are pretty darn experienced. They probably don't need my advice. But what I would say, on a very first ascent of a vehicle and a re-entry, I would say take it all in, experience it. Think about what you're feeling, what you're experiencing, what's staging going to be like, what's it like when the parachutes come out, because these are questions that everyone's going to know when you get back, right? We want to know, did we build a vehicle that's comfortable to fly?
Absolutely. We can't wait to know. I mean, we're all taking it in here too. Chris, it's our understanding that your fingerprints are all over the spacecraft, in particular the launch console and displays. What can Butch and Sunny expect to see and experience aboard Starliner for their flight, and how does that compare to flying the space shuttle?
Yeah, I think the idea behind the design is to make sure that the crew always has reasonable awareness of what's going on. I remember with the space shuttle days, sometimes the displays were a little archaic. You had to really almost have a graduate degree to understand exactly what you were looking at. So the idea is to make it a lot more airplane-like, because the crews are very experienced pilots and aviators, and for the next generation of Starliner astronauts to come along, we want to make it very intuitive. So we've reduced the number of switches to the bare minimum. The shuttle had 1,000. We have 25 maybe. I don't know what the right number is, but it's a very streamlined. It's capable of being flown by a single person. So there's a lot of, I would say, upgrades that make it safer and a lot more flexible than its predecessor, the space shuttle.
Definitely a very impressive spacecraft. And Butch and Sunny, they're going to also perform a few manual demonstrations aboard. You also were a part of this flight test in the beginning. Can you talk to us a little bit about these manual demonstrations and just kind of the importance of why Boeing decided to have both a blend of autonomous and manual capabilities?
Yeah, there's always a sort of a contentious look, between engineers and pilots on how do I control the spacecraft. The pilots always want the ultimate ability to take over in a situation when they need to. So the Starliner flies very much like the space shuttle and the Apollo and the other capsule vehicles, with two different hand controllers where you can control all 6 degrees of freedom. You can maneuver it to an attitude if you needed to, say, charge your solar arrays or pick up a communication satellite, and they'll have the opportunity, of course, to check that out. And then there's also a deeper level of redundancy called backup mode, which is a means that the crew could manually fly the vehicle, even in the unlikely event that all the flight management computers fail. So there's a lot of redundancy, and it really is a true piloting vehicle, which is, I think, why the NASA customers really enjoy it so much.
I'm sure. Well, Chris, thank you so much for joining us. Megan, D, Mike, back over to you.
All right, a quick check of the clock. We are 31 minutes and 40 seconds to liftoff of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. And right now, what you just saw on the screen there, you see Butch and Sunny. They are patiently waiting their launch inside of Starliner's spacecraft there. And then also we did see the pad team who've been helping Butch and Sunny into their spacecraft, as well as securing the spacecraft and closing the doors. They have since left the pad, right, Mike?
Absolutely. So only thing that's left is we have a rocket and a spacecraft and 2 human beings sitting on top, getting ready for launch in 31 minutes.
Yeah, and so what we expect to hear coming up is just repeated communication checks with Capcom and Houston and with the crew. And also this is an opportunity, right, to discuss any anomalies or resolutions, but we haven't heard anything.
Yes, I think we hopefully got that out of our system earlier, and here we go.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Per step 20, operation 60, blast engine area is clear.
Roger.
They just confirmed that it is just indeed the rocket, spacecraft, and 2 human beings.
And so, yeah, so we'll hear those continued checks, and this is just an opportunity for some status updates if needed, right? This is kind of time that's built in to allow for discussion if needed.
Absolutely. We're waiting for the Earth to rotate in just the right position for that instantaneous launch window. And any anomalies we had, we got out of the way. And now everybody is
30 minutes.
double checking their data.
RC, conduct weather briefing on Channel 8 weather conference now.
And the weather.
Right.
Roger. Arm control, start arm hydraulic final prep.
Roger.
LOX 1, perform pogo suppressor charge.
Roger.
Prop 1, perform RD180 transducer converter calibration.
Roger.
P&E 2, perform Centaur LH2 SVV cycle test.
Roger.
These are nominal countdown checks for the from the launch conductor, Doug Lebo, asking his team to do their 30-minute steps to get the rocket that much closer to ready for launch.
Historic flight test, as we've been telling you throughout this broadcast. We've been on air now since 8:15 a.m. Eastern Time to tell you about the first 2 astronauts that are going to fly in Starliner. And again, we keep seeing live views of them inside Starliner. Commander Butch Wilmore and pilot Sonny Williams.
RD180 transducer calibration is complete, and the engine FIV is in the closed condition.
Roger.
L-minus 29 minutes.
Flight control, start flight control final prep.
Roger.
Now, Sonny will be the first woman to test an orbital spacecraft. Another fun fact, the last time people flew to space in an Atlas-class rocket was 61 years ago with the end of the Mercury program. CFT is the final test to certify a second commercial spacecraft to ferry astronauts to and from the space station, which really is a wonderful resource to us and many countries and also research institutions. All right, again, 28 minutes, 5 seconds to liftoff. Let's head back over to Brandy and Jim inside Mission Control in Houston.
LC, P&E 2.
Go ahead.
Centaur LH2 SVV cycle tests are
crew
complete.
Flight test
Roger.
flight director Mike Lammers is just about to poll the flight control team here in Houston for a go or no-go, verifying that all of Starliner systems are ready for launch today. Everything's looking good at the moment, and Lammers will use this poll to determine his own response to the final go-no-go poll by the launch conductor just before liftoff.
Once we do get into the
And
terminal
flight control.
countdown time frame,
LC.
there are
Go ahead.
Roger, do we have the temperature update complete?
Roger, the RP1 temperature update complete.
Roger. Prop 1, initiate fuel fill sequence.
Roger.
and once we're in that terminal countdown
Don't
time
say
frame,
Go ahead.
a few
Yeah,
major
we've been discussing before the CISA temp. It's a noisy measurement. I'd like to take this to 6, get a recommendation probably to disable.
Roger. Convene the anomaly team and provide a recommendation.
We'll go. L-minus 27 minutes.
And the first
LC arm control.
one of the major activities that
Go ahead.
Step 100. Arm hydraulic final preps are complete.
Roger.
one of the first activities Mike Lammer's team will be doing is transitioning Starliner from ground power to battery power. That'll come about 18 minutes before launch. We leave it about as late as possible so that the team can launch with those batteries as close to full power as possible. A few minutes later, with less than 10 minutes to go before liftoff, Starliner's ordnance will be armed, and that activates the critical systems that are needed to detach all the things from Starliner that will ultimately jettison as it climbs to orbit, and if it were needed to abort. And finally, just 1 minute and 15 seconds before launch, they'll work with the crew to activate the launch abort system, which would rocket the crew to safety in the case of an abort, or on the pad, or early in the ascent.
This is likely the last you'll hear from us until liftoff, so we are going to send you back to the team in Florida to let Megan, Dee, and Mike see us through the rest of the countdown. We'll be back once Starliner is on its way. Go Starliner.
Brandy and Jim. Okay, let's take a closer look now at Starliner. The next generation crew capsule measures 16.5 feet tall with a diameter of 15 feet. That's about the size of a mid-size SUV. It was designed to carry up to 7 astronauts or a mix of crew and cargo for missions to the International Space Station. After today's test flight, NASA will fly crews of 4 or 5 with cargo. And Starliner is also reusable up to 10 times.
Yeah, we're looking
LCOSM.
to getting...
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Per step 60, flight hazard area has been cleared. All personnel accounted for.
Roger.
All right, everybody is in place for launch. Starliner, we're looking forward to getting it certified so we can continue our missions to the International Space Station with 4 NASA astronauts. And Boeing will have the option to use Starliner to fly to other space stations and to help build the low Earth economy, low Earth orbit economy.
Hey, Mike, let's squeeze in a social question since we've invited viewers to send them to us. This is from John on YouTube asking, how did the astronaut train for this mission? It's actually a question from a 10-year-old named Maddie.
Well, hi, Maddie. Hi, John. Yeah, so we spend a lot of time practicing exactly what's going on today. We sit inside a simulator, which looks and feels like a rocket, and we push all the buttons and switches and look at our data. And sometimes they even give us these things called malfunctions, which something goes wrong, and we have to think our way through it and follow our procedures to have a safe practice mission. And we do that for about 1.5 years. In this case, for us, it's a new spacecraft, so it took us 5 years, but it takes us about 1.5 years to train for new spacecraft.
Roger, please disable line item 390.
Active.
Again, some nominal call-outs there as we march towards our instantaneous launch opportunity at 12:25 and 40 seconds.
It's really neat that we're hearing all the voice chatter back and forth from our team. I mean, what a nice thing to be able to share with everybody watching today.
Flight control final preps complete and Atlas hydraulics at standby pressure.
Roger.
And with that, let's head back over.
Go ahead.
Line item 390 has been disabled.
Roger.
Let's head back over to ULA's Dylan Rice and Boeing's Lauren Brennicke from the ASOC.
Thank you, Megan. So you may have heard just a few minutes ago the team talking about they're actually telling Butch and Sunny once they get up into space that they will need to sync their tablet. Wanted to give a little bit of a perspective on that. Basically, it's just the system clock in that tablet. You could think of it as it's just like going down to the start menu on Windows and syncing up the clock. It's been, of course, turned off for a little bit, and not connected to internet. So it's just something like you would do at home to re-establish the new time on your microwave. But Dylan, they've also heard about an anomaly on the ULA side. Not a big deal, but let's give them a little bit of perspective on that.
Sure, Lauren. So we had, we did hear a report of a noisy temperature measurement, and this particular measurement is the interstage adapter, but so that's the adapter between Atlas and Centaur. And this measurement is something that's automatically disabled when we enter our terminal count at T-minus 4 minutes. But over the past few minutes, we've observed this measurement bouncing around a little bit. So now that the vehicle is fully loaded with propellants and we've been stable for quite a while, this measurement is really not something that we rely heavily on when we're fully tanked and stable. So we're going to go ahead and disable it early rather than waiting for the automatic disable as we approach terminal count. And that just would prevent any what we'd consider to be a nuisance alarm at this point. So nothing major there. It's kind of a standard operating procedure for a noisy measurement like this.
And we are just a little over 21 minutes out from launch.
Cargo suppressor charge is complete.
Roger.
As I was saying, just a little over, right now, about 21 minutes out from launch. And I've been thinking a lot about Butch and Sunny going back to the ISS for a third time for both of them. Sunny told us that really the ISS feels like home for them. If you think about it, they've both spent a good portion of time there. They both spent 6 months in their first trip up and 6 months in their second trip up. So now going back for their third time, they're going to a place that they consider home. If you think about living somewhere for literally a year out of your life, it means a lot to you. It's very special. And Sunny even told us that...
Go ahead.
Step 90, all secondary decoms verified on RF link.
Roger.
And Sunny even told us that she cried the last time she left the ISS because she thought it would be her last time in space. So you can just imagine how special this trip will be for both her and Butch. And we are getting very close now to that moment where they are going to be headed to space. We are coming up on a call for the visors to come down. We're going to hear Capcom tell the crew to pull their visors down and to configure their suit flow.
L-minus 20 minutes.
Starliner, there's
Beanie 1, reinitiate HV targeting.
Configure suit flow.
RLM, verify redline monitor and event table are in the correct configuration for terminal count.
Verified.
RC, verify solar radiation acceptable for launch.
Verified.
All right, so you saw the crew starting to pull their visors down there. That configuration is needed for proper airflow through their suit. In case of an emergency, they could pressurize their suits quickly if needed. That is the importance of having everything zipped up and ready to go. And they really enjoy the fact that these helmets are much easier to get on. They just sit back on their suits, just like a hoodie of a sweatshirt, so they're able just to pull them forward and zip them up.
Houston, Starliner, visor config complete.
Houston copies, visor config complete.
All right, they're all zipped up. And this config
All
also calls...
communications switch to channel 1. All personnel and visitors remain in present position until launch. Maintain operational silence in the LCC.
So, Lauren, that's kind of
the LC with a terminal count briefing. If a condition exceeds the launch constraint anytime after the terminal count status check, the observer shall announce hold, hold, hold on channel 1, identify their station, and briefly state the reason for the hold.
So, Lauren, we just heard a couple of our standard pre-launch announcements. During the countdown, the individual teams, so think of the Atlas propulsion team and the Centaur propulsion team, are off working on separate nets as they perform their functions. All that work is complete, and so essentially what that last announcement does is bring the entire team back to the primary command channel, net 1, loop 1 as we call it, and the rest of the countdown will now be conducted on net 1,
Roger.
and we'll all kind of hear that together.
18 minutes.
Also, at this point,
Flight
our
control,
operators are
perform
going to be
launch
heads
on time
down.
verification.
Roger.
And so the only conversation in the LCC from this point forward is just going to be the working through the launch procedures. There'll be no other ancillary conversation whatsoever.
And we'll also be listening to some of those side channels that aren't public on your TV screen right now. So we'll be listening for a few polls, one that's called the Starliner Readiness Poll for terminal count. And that is one of the shorter polls. And it will be coming from the Boeing Mission Control Center, or we call it the BMCC here in Florida. The spacecraft launch conductor, Brian Gardner, will poll people in that room in charge of the propulsion system and power and many other subsystems. He will have 3 call-outs to him.
L-minus 17 minutes.
OSM, place SRB ignition SNA switch to the enable position.
SRB ignition enabled.
And verify FCO, RCO, and OSM hold fire switches are in the proceed position.
Ready to proceed.
Launch on time verified.
Roger.
And
LCP anyone?
Go ahead.
AHB charging reestablish and at flight mass.
Roger.
So, Lauren, we're quickly coming to the end now of the launch vehicle pre-launch procedure, and we're just about 7 minutes away from our terminal count status check. But we heard a couple of call-outs there. That one of the range safety representatives activated the SRB ignition enable, so that allows us to fire the SRB ordnance circuits that ignite the SRBs at T0. Those circuits are not enabled till just as we heard, just a few moments ago.
L-minus 16 minutes.
And also another range safety system is the hold fire system. So there are remote switches at the Space Launch Delta 45 Morel Operations Center up the road. And if any of the range safety representatives see an issue, they can press a button and stop our countdown remotely. So those switches have been enabled as well.
All right, you are taking a live look at Atlas V and Starliner stacked on top with astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams inside, ready to go to space. We are just coming up on about 15 minutes from launch, and we are going to send it over to NASA's Daryl Nell at Hangar AE. Daryl.
Thank you very much, Lauren. And you've heard the polls from ULA. Also polling a go. The NASA operations manager, Richard Jones, checked with his team, gave them the go. As far as weather is concerned, you heard it mentioned on the nets, there was an L-30 weather brief.
We see your CM essential. That's just to do with the internal power transition. No action.
Okay, no action. We got the suit fan DP low. It's back on now.
Looking.
No issue there. But again, the weather, 90% go. No concern. We're expected to be go 4T0. We are go right now. Green across the board. We do have some high cirrus clouds that you can see there up in the upper parts of the sky. And you can see the ground winds.
LC flight, channel 1 and air to ground 1 are now merged, going to air to ground 1.
Roger.
LC flight, air to ground 1, ready for comm check with Starliner and channel 1.
Roger. Starliner, LC, comm check on channel 1.
So we got you loud and clear. Looks like we got all suit fans failed a warning.
Butch Wilmore.
And I copied your comm check, Starliner. In Capcom, did you catch that message?
And Starliner and LC Capcom A-firm, we see the messages. We're working more to follow. Stand by.
Standing by.
Butch Wilmore has a warning light on his console. He's talking it over with Capcom. While they do that,
Starliner, visors open, please, while we work the suit fans. Visors open.
so they're going to have the astronauts open their visors.
All right, visors are open.
While they work into issue with them.
Houston, but suit fan Bravo went down and switched to Alpha. They had a DP low, and then it, of course, went off. We still show power to Alpha is on.
Working an issue with
Houston
the
copies.
minus 13 minutes.
And Starliner, we showed the same for your info. We're swapping suit fans back to Bravo. Continue to stand by for us.
Standing by.
So the issue here is a problem with the primary suit fan operation. They got to have that suit fan to keep the air circulating inside their suits. With that having a warning, they've asked, Capcom has asked the astronauts to pop open their visors so they can get some fresh air, and they'll work it into a redundant mode, going into a redundant suit fan. So they continue to work that. As we get under T-minus 12 minutes and counting. The Boeing team working an issue in real time right now.
LC flight channel 1.
Go ahead.
Yeah, the condition we're in an LCT condition with both suit fans down. We're trying to get these reactivated. But we're going to proceed.
Roger. So good to stow the crew access arm.
I'm go.
Roger.
All right, the team continuing to work the suit fan issue. Again, just to recap on weather, we're go. And now we're looking to take the next steps. So we'll send it back to Megan, Mike, and Dee.
Minus 11 minutes.
As you just heard there, 11 minutes to liftoff.
Roger.
From only the 6th-time NASA astronauts will launch on a new spacecraft designed for crew. I want to ask you really quick before we toss it over for that terminal count, the final moments of the countdown. How are you guys feeling?
Feeling great, excited, making sure teams work troubleshoot to last a little bit, and hopefully we'll see liftoff today.
I'm very excited for Butch and Sunny, and as we like to say, go Atlas, go Centaur, go Starliner.
Go Butch and Sunny, that's right. All right, so let's send it over to the ASOC where Lauren and Dylan will walk us through the final moments of the countdown.
All right, thank you, Megan. So what we are looking for next here is that crew access arm to start making its way back over.
Starliner, on our end, we brought suit fan Bravo back on. It looked good. We need both. We need to prove that A is also there, so we're commanding Alpha on and then off at this time. More to follow.
All right.
Yep, we see it. And we're still visors up, so you know.
All right.
So you hear this troubleshooting happening in real time. They are moving forward with everything else while they troubleshoot
Flight
that
verify CST
suit
100
fan.
on internal power.
Verified.
Starliner, configure ordnance for launch.
Second work.
Starliner on internal power now. The spacecraft is running completely on its own. Ordnance has also been configured for launch. That means the devices that initiate our separation
events.
events.
We reactivated suit fan Bravo. Suit fan Alpha is also working, so we've cleared our LCC condition. And for the crew, you can take visors down.
Visors down and ordnance configured.
LC copies both.
All right, it's got to feel good to put those visors down now.
So, Lauren, we were seeing that big visual cue, the crew access arm retracting. It takes about 2 minutes to retract and stow 120 degrees away from Starliner back against the crew access tower. In the event of an emergency, it can be redeployed in less than 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. We don't want to see it do that, but we're glad it can if it needs to. And we have a couple of polls coming up here in about 2 minutes. The launch vehicle poll, launch vehicle management poll.
Yeah, Lauren, that's right at L-8 minutes. Next door to us in the Mission Director Center, that's going to be the mission management team poll for launch. And at L-7 minutes, the final terminal count status check down in the LCC. And that is where Chief Launch Conductor Doug Lebo will poll his team, verify their readiness, and then the launch director next door to us will give him permission to launch today.
LC arm control.
Go ahead.
Crew access arm stowed for launch.
Roger.
All right, the crew access arm is stowed.
LC switch to ready position.
Everything looking good?
All steps are complete prior to status check.
And Dylan and I will be a little more quiet as we get closer here to launch so we can listen into all of the actions as they're happening in real time. Again, just under 7.5 minutes till Starliner astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sunny Williams make history as the first crew headed to the International Space Station on Boeing Starliner.
L-7 minutes.
Status check to proceed with terminal count, Atlas systems, propulsion,
Go.
hydraulics,
Go.
pneumatics,
Go.
LO2,
Go.
water,
Go.
Centaur systems, propulsion,
Go.
pneumatics,
Go.
LO2,
Go.
LH2,
Go.
has gas,
Go.
electrical systems, airborne,
Go.
ground,
Go.
facility,
Go.
RFFTS,
Go.
flight control,
Go.
GCQ,
Go.
op support,
Go.
comm,
Go.
umbilicals,
Go.
arm control,
Go.
ECS,
Go.
redline monitor,
Go.
quality,
Go.
op safety manager,
Go.
ULA safety officer,
Go.
vehicle system engineer,
Go.
anomaly chief,
Go.
range coordinator,
Clear to proceed.
flight director,
Houston flight is go.
Starliner,
Starliner, go.
launch director,
You have permission to launch.
proceeding with the count. ALC, verify T0 is set for 16:25:40 Zulu.
Verified.
Starliner net is clear.
Thank you, LC. To all of you sitting on console, whether you're in Houston, BMCC, ASOC, Atlas, this is a great day to be proud of your nation. And all of you listening as well, whether you're at Banana Creek or the Causeway or the rooftop at LCC or the ASOC and other places around our nation, like the Bay Area building and other places where you are viewing what's taking place. Again, for you, it's a great day to be proud of your nation, great day to be proud of Boeing, great day to be proud of UOA and NASA. And we are one nation under God, indivisible. And when we together use the power of that combination, we can do some pretty amazing things. So LC, with that, we are ready to put some fire in this rocket and propel this spacecraft to the International Space Station, where all these fine Americans have designed and have prepared it to be.
Calypso, take us to space and back.
Roger, Starliner.
LC flight, Starliner configured for terminal count.
Roger. All steps are complete prior to terminal count.
And with that, we are ready to go to space, Lauren.
Hard not to be emotional listening to those words from Butch. I'm sure we'll be playing that speech back for a long time.
Will be T-minus 4 minutes and counting. 3, 2, 1, mark. .355.
Ground pyros enabled.
Launch pad ordnance circuits are now enabled.
Hold. Flight control received a CCLS, hold it. Approximately T-minus 350.
LC switch not ready. All personnel turn to recycle section. Operation 80. LC switch is not ready. Clock stopped at T-minus 3 minutes 50 seconds. Starliner, you should not hear any vent at this point.
Starliner standing by.
ALC, reset countdown clock to T-minus 4 minutes and holding.
Active.
LC Puny 2.
Go ahead.
Sensor tank pressures are stable.
Roger.
LC Peony 1.
Go ahead.
Atlas tank pressures are stable.
Roger. OSM, place SRB ignition SNA switch to disabled position.
SRB ignition disabled.
Okay, consoles, step 60, report launch vehicle status. Atlas lead.
Atlas tank pressures and helium bottles stable. Atlas propulsion system stable.
Roger. Centaur lead.
Centaur tank pressures and helium bottles stable. Centaur propulsion system stable. Has gas readings nominal.
Roger. Vehicle electrical. VE channel 1.
Avionics system stable.
Roger. And LC can verify no indications of hazards. Flight LC.
LC Starliner systems are stable.
Roger. Starliner, last arm switch to off.
Last arm switch is off.
FCS in pre-flight mode, SSVAPs inactive, OCU safe, and EDS in test mode.
Roger. Arm control, deploy the crew access arm.
Roger.
Starliner, proceed with ordnance deactivation.
Passing 1. Ordnance deconfigured. All off.
Roger.
LC,
And go ahead, ALC.
countdown clock is reset, T-minus 4 minutes and holding.
Roger. Flight, verify CST 100 ordnance is safe.
Verified.
Okay, all stations, recycle systems back to T-minus 4 and holding configuration. Hold time occurred at T-minus 3 minutes 50 seconds. Report status at completion. And flight LC.
LC.
CST 100 power to external.
Copy. We'll put it in work.
LC locks 1.
Go ahead.
Subset Bravo, Atlas Pilot 2, continuing topping.
Roger.
LC locks 2.
Go ahead.
Substep Golf, Centaur LO2, continuing topping.
Roger.
LC Field 2.
Go ahead.
Centaur LH2, continuing topping.
Roger.
LC
LC.
Peony 1.
Go ahead, Peony 1.
Atlas Pneumatics, pressure stable.
Roger.
LC Peony 2.
Go ahead.
Substep Echo CEC active.
Roger.
And substep Foxtrot sensor pneumatic system stable.
Roger.
LC Prop 1.
Go ahead.
Substep Charlie and Substep Delta, Atlas propulsion and hydraulic system stable.
Roger.
LC ECS.
Go ahead.
Substep November, ECS set point stable.
Roger.
LC, this flight control.
Go ahead.
Substep Kilo, flight control ready.
Roger.
If you're just joining us here at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station,
Go ahead.
Crew access arm is deployed.
Roger.
we did have a automatic hold of our ground launch sequencer shortly after we began our terminal count for today's launch attempt. No indication yet as to what caused that hold of the automatic ground launch sequencer. The team is still evaluating data. In the meantime, the team is active recycling the vehicle to a good holding state so that we can prepare for our next steps. But for now,
Roger.
we are holding at T-minus 4 minutes, recycling the vehicle after a hold of our ground launch sequencer shortly after picking up terminal count for today's launch opportunity.
LC has gas.
Go ask gas.
Substep Hotel has gas, normal scan pattern including CAT.
Roger. And flight LC. Channel 1.
Flight. Yes.
Roger. Secure CST-100 prop system. Last valve to remain open.
Right, flight copies. Probably take us at least 5 minutes here.
Yeah, copy.
We're going to send it over to NASA's Daryl Nail over at Hangar AE for some continuing coverage of our current
FTS
status.
LC.
Daryl?
Thanks, Dylan. And I'm listening to the NASA operations manager's loop.
Recycle status.
Recycle complete.
Roger. SYS LC.
Yes, LC, GC30 is ready.
Roger.
As you mentioned, the ULA team now safing the vehicle, making sure all the high energy systems that were prepared to launch are now put into a safe configuration. At 12:21 p.m., roughly T-minus 3 minutes and 39 seconds, we got a hold.
Launch Director, LC Channel 1.
LDM1.
Yes, sir. So we had a hold call at T-minus 3 minutes and 50 seconds by the CCLS launch sequencer. So at this time, we've completed our recycle back to T-minus 4 and holding configuration and ready to proceed with a scrub crew egress operation.
Yeah, roger that. Standby.
Roger.
There you heard confirmation of the scrub call for this launch attempt today. Again, this was the ground launch sequencer, essentially the computer that launches.
LC.
Roger.
This is the computer that is
Okay, all personnel going to Operation 85. OSM, LC.
OSM.
Establish the BDA roadblocks and open the flight hazard area.
Roger.
And all personnel on Channel 1 will be starting an approximate 65-minute hold at this time for flight crew egress. All systems maintain T-minus 4 and holding configuration.
The hold time is not relevant at this point. The fact is they're getting it into a state where they can go through and get the crew out of the spacecraft. But I was mentioning the computer. This is the computer that when we go into terminal count, launches the rocket, brings a number of systems and a huge number of operations all at a rapid pace. Something with the GLS, it's not understood at this time what it is, caused the GLS to throw an automatic holdout at T-minus 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
Arm control.
Yeah, per step 40, can you give me that call out on the status of the crew access arm?
Crew access arm deployed and latched. Arm control is terminated, ready for personnel access.
Roger. And FELC?
Go ahead.
Start CAT TVM system monitoring.
Roger.
RLM LC?
RLM on 1.
Disable RLM line items for crew egress per red line report.
Roger. LCFE.
Go ahead.
CAT TVM system enabled. Readings nominal.
Roger.
The NASA operations manager now conveying to his team that they are looking at possibly a 24-hour turnaround.
Go ahead, flight.
Yeah, CST 100's on ground power.
Roger.
Of course, there'll be a lot of data to look at, but
And flight LC.
LC, go ahead.
Yeah, just looking for your estimate for prop system securing, to support pad entry.
Need 5 more minutes.
Roger. Thank you.
everything you're hearing now is about getting the crew, which is the primary focus at this moment by the launch team, out of the spacecraft and back on the ground. So configuring the crew access arm, it's locked in. They continue to do the operations which are in their schedule for a launch scrub, moving through those methodically. The report out that we heard by the CGLS was that at the time of the scrub, when the hold was listed, it didn't appear to load into the proper configuration. ULA will work to try to understand the cause behind that. They don't know that at this time. They'll be studying the data. NASA's commercial crew team will be right there with them, helping and assisting throughout this process. So we can see on the views here inside Hangar AE that they have the crew access arm back locked into the Starliner. You can see that on your screen there. Essentially the team now working Just to recap, if you're just joining us at 12:21 p.m. Eastern Time, T-minus 3 minutes and 50 seconds until liftoff. A hold was given by the ULA launch team, an automatic hold that was issued by the ground launch sequencer, the computer that takes over terminal count. The reason for that hold is not known at this time. The focus now by the launch team is to make sure the rocket is in a good and safe configuration. That's many of the calls that you're hearing out. And also that they, once it is safe enough, that they get the crew of Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, have them exit the spacecraft, come back down the elevators, and head back to crew quarters. I want to bring in United Launch Alliance commentator Dylan Rice.
System stable.
Pneumatic.
And yeah, Daryl, the team continues to work through the process to establish a stable configuration so that we can start pulling the crew off of the Starliner capsule. Still no update yet in terms of what caused the ground launch sequencer abort, but just like loading the crew, we establish a safe and stable configuration with the launch vehicle before we begin the egress process, and the configurations are very, very close to the same, actually. We'll be maintaining the propellant systems in a topping mode and not changing the state of the Atlas or Centaur as we go through the approximate 1 hour process of egressing Butch and Sonny from the Starliner capsule. But teams are continuing to evaluate the data and look into the cause of the ground launch sequencer abort. In the meantime, we will start to see indications that the team is re-entering the pad. And in fact, the direction was just given to allow the blue team back into the pad. So we will start to see that activity now, and teams come back into the pad, back up the tower, and begin the process of opening up Starliner and egressing Butch and Sonny.
Yeah, so that's a good sign there. You mentioned with the blue team coming back to the pad, they are the ones that will pull the crew out of Starliner. We heard that the pad area is cleared for them to come in. It's a good sign. Dylan, what's your time estimation on the team going through the rest of their procedures to make sure that the crew can go ahead and get up the elevator?
Actually, I think that we're there. So it's been just about 20 minutes since the hold was called, and in that 20 minutes time, we've established those configurations. In fact, we don't even let the pad team come back through the fence line until those safe and stable configurations have been established. So, once the team will of course be standing by at the fallback area, and they were contacted via radio and told to proceed back to the gate, and they will proceed through the gate and right back up to the crew access tower and on up to level 12 where they can begin configuring the white room. So we are there at this point in terms of being ready to redeploy the environmental seal, which kind of encloses the Starliner door into the white room, and then we'll begin opening up Starliner so that we can egress Butch and Sonny.
Yeah, we can see from this shot here that environmental seal is not on. Of course, this is the configuration right before you move the crew access arm either away or back to the capsule. So you can see the open air between the white room and the crew capsule. That will take the blue team, of course, getting up to the white room to put that environmental seal in place, which they are on the way. I'm monitoring some of the camera feeds. They haven't arrived yet, but they are on their way, as we've heard from the loops. Dylan, just give us an idea of the role the ground launch sequencer plays in the final 10 minutes of terminal count.
So essentially, the launch sequencer is performing all the actions that are occurring during the terminal count. So you will hear our operators provide status throughout the terminal count, but those operators are not actually performing manual actions. They're just reporting on the actions of the ground launch sequencer. So for instance, the vehicle propellant tanks will transition from a topping mode into a pressurization mode as they are pressurized to their flight pressure. Once the tanks are pressurized, we'll start to configure the avionics systems as well for launch, and ultimately hand over to from the ground computer to the flight computer, which handles the actual final seconds of the countdown prior to liftoff. But the ground launch sequencer is securing propellant topping. It's beginning the process of pressurizing the vehicle for flight, It will be transitioning the vehicle from the ground electrical systems to the onboard batteries and enabling the ordnance systems, ultimately leading to the engine ignition sequence once the control has been handed over from the ground computer over to the flight computers.
And you've mentioned just some of the things that GLS does, right? It is a very busy computer in the final 10 minutes, as you mentioned, going through all of these very timely high-energy systems that are being configured at the last in the last minutes before liftoff. To recap, if you're just joining us, the mission, the NASA Boeing's crew flight test of the Boeing Starliner was scrubbed at 12:21 p.m. Eastern Time when a hold was issued by the ground launch sequencer for the Atlas V rocket. It was at T-minus 3 minutes and 50 seconds, just a little less than 4 minutes before liftoff when that abort was called. The crew of Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, who are inside the capsule at the top of this rocket, as you can see here, are safe and are awaiting. There you see a shot of them. There's Sonny on the left and Butch on the right. They are awaiting the arrival of the blue team to come out to the launch pad and help them egress, which essentially means get out of the Starliner capsule and head back to crew quarters. It's a process that requires that team to do some manual work to lock in the crew access arm to the Starliner capsule. And so they will wait for those moments to arrive. And if we've got Lauren Brennicke on, our PAO with the Boeing team. Okay, we just heard a call that the blue team is entering the pad, and I can see them on the closed circuit television. They are in their van, as you can see there, the shot there, arriving back. This is the team that will head back up the launch tower and up into the white room. They will secure the crew access arm to Boeing Starliner, open up the hatch, and get the astronauts out. Just prior to this, 20, 30 minutes or so, we've been listening to the ULA team safe the Atlas V vehicle, basically going through a number of steps to make sure that the tanks for the liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen, the RP-1 propellant, make sure everything is in a safe configuration before they allowed this crew to get on the pad. And you see the van there with the 321 backing up to the launch tower. Lauren, I want to ask you about, you've spent a lot of time studying the procedures for Starliner. Talk a little bit about the egress and this process that we're getting ready to undergo.
Yeah, Daryl, a lot of what they'll be doing is really what we've watched during this countdown, just in reverse. I'm listening on some of the side channels to the teams talking about going through their checklist, and this is something that we've practiced many, many times in the simulator, and the teams follow along during those sims where a scrub is often the case in some of the different sim scenarios they put together. And so they will go through this checklist that they know very well, where they will go through the everything that it takes to basically get the spacecraft back in the shape that it needs to be in so that we can turn around and do this again and go for it again. Of course, we have launch windows tomorrow, as well as the 5th and the 6th. We don't yet know how quickly the turnaround would be for this, if it's something we can get back in order for tomorrow, or if we need to wait until the 5th or 6th. But Butch and Sunny are veteran astronauts who are very used to the world of scrubs. During the last scrub, we even talked about how Sunny says that sometimes the scrub just knocks the pressure off a little bit, and they're used to it. So if you've heard Butch's voice on the loops in the last 20 minutes or so, you can tell that his spirits still seem high. Of course, it's disappointing, but it is part of the business, and the ultimate goal is just to make sure that our precious cargo, Butch and Sunny, are safe.
Absolutely. Well said, Lauren. And there you see the blue team at the base of the launch tower, getting ready to head up the elevator to make their way to the crew access arm and then into the white room. We did hear, of course, they wouldn't be there if this weren't the case, but Starliner is also safe. We talked about the rocket, the Atlas V, and the procedures they had to go through to make sure it was safe for people to go back to the pad and to pull the crew out. Starliner, as you know, was also safed. And they are headed in the elevator, getting ready to go up. Dylan, you're a launch conductor, and so you've done a number of launches. In situations like this, there can be a 24-hour recycle. We don't know if that's going to be the case yet. But tell me about what's involved when ULA recycles a launch 24 hours later.
Well, Gerald, that's true, and even in a situation like this where we're still working through the details of the issue that caused the hold, by default we're going to set ourselves up to come back at our next earliest opportunity, which is tomorrow. So our default position is going to be setting up for that 24-hour turnaround, and there are a number of things that go into that coordination. The first of which would be immediately coordinating with the Space Launch Delta 45, our Eastern Range partner, to let them know that we are intending to utilize that day, which actually has already been scheduled as a backup launch day. So we'll be coordinating that with their teams, and all the support that we get from the SLD 45. And additionally, we'll be working to establish our systems on Launchpad 41 in a state that is ready for another launch attempt tomorrow. So even though we do still have some work to do this afternoon, which will include detanking Atlas and Centaur, at the end of the day, probably approximately 4 hours from now, we'll have the vehicle fully detanked, and we'll have the systems turned around and ready for another countdown opportunity tomorrow. So that could take a little bit longer if the anomaly team comes up with some troubleshooting steps that we need to run through, but have not heard anything like that just yet. For now, I think our team is still looking at data, but we're going to proceed as if we're going to make an attempt tomorrow until such time as we learn that wouldn't be possible. But for now, we are proceeding for a launch attempt tomorrow.
Yeah, the great point about the launch attempt is already there and available tomorrow if the NASA, ULA, and Boeing teams decide to take it. It's worth noting that T0 is already set for June 2nd, and it's 12:03 and roughly 07 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Again, 12:03:05 p.m. Eastern Time, as you're looking at the blue team configuring the crew access arm around the Starliner capsule, where inside astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams are inside awaiting to be egressed or pulled out of the capsule. You can see the tethers that the blue team are attached to for safety reasons. They're 212 feet up in the air on level 12, and you see they've got their, make sure their tethers are attached well as they work to bring that environmental seal down. We'll see them doing that.
And Daryl, in situations like this, we have the rocket here on launch pad 41, and that does get most of our attention, but it's easy to sometimes lose track of the fact that we do really have a large network of assets that support missions like this. So for instance, we've heard from the Houston teams. We've got the folks in Houston that will be taking actions as well. We have support from the TDRS satellite network, and we'll be coordinating that for support for tomorrow. So it really is a large team that supports these missions that is beyond the launch site and beyond what you can see, as the rocket lifts off the pad that supports all these missions. And so it does. There's a little bit of effort that goes into coordinating all those assets and making sure that everyone is ready for a launch attempt the following day.
Absolutely, Dylan. The number of teams involved, as you mentioned, Space Force, just one of them with responsibility for the range. Of course, your team, United Launch Alliance, with a great effort there with the United Launch Alliance Atlas V rocket, Boeing with the Starliner spacecraft, NASA with a commercial crew program, and the engineers and managers who oversee that program to make sure that America has access to one of its most cherished resources, orbiting laboratory 250 miles above the surface of the Earth, the International Space Station, where astronauts there were hoping to get an arrival 24 hours later of this particular capsule. But as Sonny Williams has said, at more than a couple of meetings that I've listened to, there's nothing magical about this time or date to launch. You want to launch when everything is ready, and that is not today, but the teams will study whether or not that opportunity is tomorrow. As you can see there now, the blue team, one member on his stomach, making sure to seal up that environmental enclosure there in the white room. And Lauren, taking this hatch off is a process as well. We saw them secure it, and now they're getting ready to remove it.
Yep, exactly. Like I said earlier, really it's just doing everything in reverse. And, they had practice doing this just a little under a month ago. So they are going through those procedures right now. It's something they know very well, and it just takes a little bit of time to make sure that this is completely closed in. It is obviously very important that we don't get anything from the outside into the spacecraft, keep that a very clean environment. So they'll have that sealed up here shortly, and then we'll start to see them open the hatch to Starliner.
One of the benefits, one of the silver, because we can call it a silver lining from the previous launch scrub, is that all the teams are able to take a moment now and study the data from what was essentially a wet dress that got down to just under 4 minutes. The launch team will do this. They'll look at the data. They'll study and see how everything responded. Starliner and the Boeing team will do the same thing. And of course, on the May 6th attempt, that's when they discovered the helium leak, and then studied that issue for a number of days and came up with a plan to make sure that was accounted for should the Boeing Starliner go to the International Space Station and then need to deorbit. So in this situation, there will also be a benefit to looking at this data, Dylan, and I wonder, as a launch conductor, you've been involved in a number of those as well.
That's true. And, really, we're just going to keep the team focused on the tasks ahead of us. And, right now that is the most important thing. So we're focused on supporting the blue team, the team on the pad, as they get the white room configured and prepare to egress Sonny and Butch, and then we'll move on to the next step, and we'll proceed methodically until we're we have the vehicle detanked, and in parallel to that, the engineering teams will continue to pore over that data that we collected today, and come up with a troubleshooting and plan for resolution, as we always do. Like you said, even with a successful launch, there's an extensive data review that goes into every bit of data that was collected during that flight. And days like today with the launch scrub is no different. So there's a lot of data collected, a lot of data to review, and we'll take advantage of that in order to put ourselves in the best position to continue with an opportunity at the next earliest opportunity when it's right to do so.
We just heard on the nets, I just heard our team here of commentators, Dylan Rice with United Launch Alliance, Lauren Brennicke with Boeing Starliner, and myself, Daryl Nell, here with NASA, that the White Room is now configured to begin hatch open operations. Again, the White Room is now configured for the team that you see in front of you to begin opening the hatch. If you're just joining us, we had a launch abort at T-minus 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Happened at 12:21 p.m. Eastern Time. We were counting down towards a 12:25 p.m. launch when the ground launch sequencer issued an abort command that stopped the launch of the Atlas V rocket and Boeing Starliner spacecraft. The reason that this ground computer called it is not known at this time, though ULA is looking at the data and studying that. Immediately afterwards, the ULA team began to what's called safe the rocket, essentially making sure that all of those high energy systems are put into a configuration that is safe for people to be out there on the pad and for the astronauts, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, to come out of the capsule and head back to astronaut crew quarters. It also signals a time where this team right here was able to re-enter what's called a blast danger area, or BDA, and that's the area around the pad, because when this rocket is fully tanked, should something happen to it, there's an area in which it is considered dangerous. That rocket has to be put into a safe configuration before they allowed the blue team to come on board. That took about 20 or 30 minutes, the ULA team working through their procedures, and successfully so, as you can see now. And now we are just watching them as they work, providing you with the transparency on this operation. You're watching NASA's coverage of the scrub of the Boeing Starliner and Atlas V rocket launch scheduled for today at 12:25 p.m. Eastern Time. It was scrubbed just 4 minutes before. You're watching the blue team inside the white room at Launch Complex 41 configure that space so that they can begin removing that hatch, where inside the Starliner you have astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams awaiting to egress or leave the spacecraft. ULA teams are studying an issue that popped up during the countdown. The ground launch sequencer issued an abort call and the countdown was halted just 4 minutes before liftoff. Cause for that is unknown, but teams are discussing. Boeing's blue team now working on the hatch to the Starliner spacecraft. Got one of the panels open. We'll start working to loosen up the bolts, so to speak, and get the hatch opened up and get Sonny and Butch on their way out. I've got Dylan Rice with us here. He is a launch conductor for ULA, not for this mission, but many other missions that ULA has launched. And he is our commentator for today with ULA. And as he has said in our coverage, our post-scrub coverage here, that teams are very much focused on the objective of getting Sonny and Butch out. To recap for our audience, Dylan, we got this scrub at just under T-minus 4 minutes, a moment where the ground launch sequencer, the computer that orchestrates the final systems and operations in the terminal count, issued an abort. And kind of talk me through what you saw as we went through that sequence of events.
Sure, Daryl. So, as we heard, the computers did automatically generate a hold, and that's done when the computer detects a condition that it did not expect during terminal count. So the computer is really in control of the final 4 minutes of the countdown. Our operators verbalize the status of the terminal countdown as the computer runs its script and executes the final steps to launch the rocket. But the computer is really monitoring thousands of parameters and executing commands very, very quickly. And so we still don't have any good clear word yet on what caused this particular hold, but these kinds of holds occur when a command goes out and the computer cannot verify the proper response to a command. And so don't really have any indication yet as to which system that the issue may have been associated with. We just know that it was a computer controlled hold that was initiated. And so our team immediately went into the securing steps to establish a safe, stable configuration for the vehicle. And we're going to maintain that configuration until we get Butch and Sunny out of Starliner, at which point we'll begin detanking the rocket once we have the blue team and the Starliner crew clear of Launch Complex 41.
And Dylan, we're another step closer to getting the crew out of the capsule. As you can see here, the hatch is now open as they begin putting in basically the equipment necessary to safely egress them or have them come out of the capsule, carefully so. Appreciate the recap there. You mentioned the launch date early on. We don't know when the next launch date will be, but what we do know is we have a backup attempt on Sunday, tomorrow, June 2nd at 12:03 p.m. Eastern Time. That's available if the teams are able to recycle 24 hours and get back out to the pad. That hasn't been determined yet. I'm listening to the nets now as the Capcom talks to the crew inside, giving them updates essentially to what's happening outside the capsule.
Yeah, Daryl, and one other thing that I'll add is that we have our primary launch control team, which is executing our countdown procedures in the launch control center, as was visible on some of the cameras, and that team is really focused on maintaining the configuration of the vehicle. We do have a separate engineering team that is going to be poring over the data that we collected in order to assess the issue that caused the scrub, and that way that data evaluation does not in any way take away from the focus of our launch team in maintaining a proper and safe configuration of the rocket and of Launch Complex 41 while we have people out there. So it's two separate teams that are kind of dividing and conquering what we have ahead of us today with the scrub, and we'll continue to maintain that posture with the one team maintaining control of the vehicle, and that'll be the same team that handles the detanking while the other team begins that data evaluation and works through the cause of the hold we had today.
That's a great point, Dylan. It is, I think you can liken it to the same posture that the systems engineers who are sitting on console, responsible for the various numerous systems that allow a rocket to launch into space. It's just like we're in a countdown, about T minus or L minus 1 hour out. Very much focused on their consoles, watching the data, making sure that this rocket, which is still very much a live rocket at this point, is behaving and the data is coming back that is all nominal and safe while this operation happens. So I don't think it can be understated the focus that ULA is putting on that at this moment in time. But again, as you said, a separate team studying the data because time is of the essence. So reviewing that data to understand what happened with the ground launch sequencer and whether or not that's something that can be remedied in the next 24 hours. I want to just recap briefly what Sunny Williams said during a recent flight readiness review, which seems applicable here. She said that spaceflight is complicated. Every step of the way we're realizing this. It makes us rethink how we do business. She said, we have a capable spacecraft and we have people that can find solutions. We expect to find things that'll help us make the spacecraft safer to fly and the launch vehicle. These launch dates are not magical. They are an opportunity to do our job, she went on to say, and that her and Butch are armed and ready to handle any contingencies. She said there will be more issues, and we'll be ready to handle them. How else can we be ready to do our job? That's astronaut Sunny Williams, who you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, is getting ready to come out of the spacecraft. All right, we're going to send it back to the host desk now with Megan, Mike, and Dee.
Yeah, thank you so much, Daryl, Dylan, and Lauren for providing commentary about the hold that was called around T-minus 3 minutes and 50 seconds to launch. We here at the host desk, obviously, visibly and audibly disappointed. And Mike, I just wanted to ask you again, you know Butch and Sunny so well, you know, what might be going through their minds right now?
Well, of course, this is emotionally disappointing. And I know that you know, Butch and Sunny didn't sound disappointed when we heard them on the loops, and it's because you know, again, it comes back to professionalism. I think everybody on the working console is probably a little disappointed today, and that comes with flight tests. That comes with space flights. I remember back in the shuttle days, we would play this game, you know, of getting ready for launch, and then scrubbing, and then coming back and getting the mission done. And I think over time, we won't remember today as or May 6th so much, because we're going to have a great launch in our future. So I know, you know, there's some disappointment there, but like we mentioned before, it's the team is focused on getting the launch vehicle, you know, the rocket safed, so that the crew could come out, and that the spacecraft itself, the prop system, was safed, and that everything is good, so that everybody can come out safely. And then they'll work with the 24-hour turn that ULA is good at, so to see if they can find when the next launch opportunity is. But we're going to continue being professional and safe, and looking at what's in front of us.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect way to put it. You know, it's okay to be disappointed. It's perfectly understandable, but at the same time, you could absolutely hear the professionalism and how quickly folks are responding to this and moving forward to the next opportunity. Dee, what are your thoughts, again, from Boeing's perspective as we wait for Butch and Sunny to come out of the Starliner spacecraft?
You know, of course, I think it echoes what we've all heard. You know, this is disappointing. We really wanted to see a liftoff today, but, you know, a reminder today, even during this attempt, you know, it takes dozens, if not hundreds of things to go right for us to get to T-minus 0. You know, that wasn't today, but the good news is we get to try again. So, you know, teams, I'm sure at this point, are focused on the scrubbing sequence and the, you know, all the things we have to do to try again tomorrow or whenever that date may be. So we're focused and, you know, just going through the process as simulations, that, you know, a process we've gone through many simulations until, again, we get to try to do this again.
Looks like Sunny is out of the spacecraft, and she's going to put some protective boot covers on her shoes, and they'll take her some items from her, put it back in her helmet bag, and it looks like Butch is about to be heading out also. They're going to go back to crew quarters at this time and get ready to do it again when the time is right.
And you were there when they returned to crew quarters on May 6th after the first launch attempt. Can you talk to us about their demeanor then?
Yes, they were, you could tell that they had had a long day, but they actually had a little bit of a smile on their face, which I don't say I was surprised, but I was like glad to see. It made me feel a little bit better about things too, because you know, they do bring the whole team with them, and they've had a great attitude during the whole long quarantine period. So hopefully this is a shorter round, and getting ready for the next time. And Dee, you said it right. Practice doesn't make perfect, but it makes us a lot better. And we learned a lot of good things about our rocket and our spacecraft today. So the next launch countdown should be that much more smoother, and we're that much more practiced, which is good because Starliner 1's going to be coming, Starliner 2 is going to be coming, Starliner 3 is going to be coming, and all these lessons are good lessons to learn, and that's flight test for you.
Yeah, one thing that I remember Butch saying at one point was, people might see setbacks and think that they're bad, right? But to him, he always thinks of them as steps forward.
And today, that's definitely a step. Today was definitely a step forward in that case. But we'll be ready for the next time, and you can see them right now. They obviously are looking good, and they're smiling a little bit and enjoying. Again, the pad crew is there to help them, and they're just it's a really great team.
And I think a step forward is, I would think that Butch would say a step forward today is this was, again, another great rehearsal, you know what I mean? And whenever we do try to launch again, I can imagine that things will be faster and smoother and more choreographed and rehearsed because they did have this opportunity today.
Yeah, for sure. The commander for Starliner 1, he was in the BMCC. It's Scott Tingle, and I know he and I and our crewmate Josh Kutrick, who was Capcom, we all got a lot out of today. So again, this is just all helping the next missions be even that much better. And yeah, you can see Butch is having a nice chat. They're going to get ready to go down the elevator and back to the crew van and back to crew quarters.
Yeah, he does seem like he's in good spirits. Again, like you said, chatting with the pad team members who just helped him and Sunny get out of the spacecraft. So that pad team had left the pad, obviously. And in those final moments, it was just Butch and Sunny before that hold call at T-minus 3 minutes and 50 seconds. And so right after that call, as we heard from Daryl and Dylan and Lauren, they safed the vehicle, made sure it was in a safe configuration for the pad team to return to the launch pad and to begin the procedures to open up the side hatch there so that Butch and Sunny could get out.
I think one thing that helped this time was we had on May 6th. It was kind of late at night. It was well after dark when they went out to the pad, and when we scrubbed the launch. And this time it's in the middle of the day, so they can go back and have a nice dinner and go to bed at a normal time and get up and see if tomorrow is the magic day. We're still waiting, I think, for official word on when the next launch opportunity might be, or when the next launch opportunity will be chosen. Looks like tomorrow could be a date, and if that were to happen, it would be at 12:03 p.m.
And for folks just joining us, just to recap so far, so there was an automatic hold by the ground launch sequencer at T-minus 3 minutes and 50 seconds to launch, so about 12:21 p.m. Eastern Time today. The ground launch sequencer is essentially the computer that launches the rockets. It controls all the systems needed in the final moments of the countdown. And the ULA team will still be looking into why it appears the ground launch sequencer did not enter into the right configuration for launch. That is why the automatic hold was triggered at, again, T-minus 3 minutes and 50 seconds. As you can see on your screen, the next launch opportunity tomorrow, June 2nd, 12:03 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, that's just an opportunity. Teams will review the data from what happened today to determine whether or not they can make that launch opportunity. You see Sunny walking across the crew access arm now. back into the white room, where a pad team member is helping her to put back on her helmet. Or the cover.
A visor cover, yes.
Yeah. And that's to make sure it doesn't scratch, nothing scratches.
Yes,
right?
it's very frustrating to have a visor that's scratchy and then it's hard to replace. So we protect them carefully, and so they'll be able to make it back to the suit room where where the crew will get unsuited, and the suits will get cleaned and dried and get ready for the next time to go launch.
And give us some insight as to what happened. So, you know, we ended our coverage last time on May 6th after Butch and Sunny arrived to crew quarters. What happens after that?
Yes, so they arrive at crew quarters. It was kind of funny because I met them right at the Astrovan. We said a few joking words, and then I asked Butch if I could carry his helmet bag, and he said nope. And same with Sunny. They're I would say fiercely independent, but you know, they just say, hey, we're professionals, we got this. So we went up to the suit room where the Boeing and David Clark team, the suit team was there, and they helped the crew get out of their suits safely. You can see it's a little windy, and a blue Sunny's helmet cover is a little bit loose. Hopefully somebody sees it and puts it carefully back on, or we'll have a piece of FOD. Oh, there it is. And so then they get out of their suits, and then they go back to their rooms at the astronaut quarantine facility or crew quarters, and they will get out of their undergarments and take a quick shower, get refreshed, and then find out what the plan is for the next time, whether it's tomorrow or not. And so that's what happened last time, and at this point last time we thought the launch might be the next day also. So you know, they're keeping their optimism right now and keeping options open.
Sure. And so we just saw Butch and Sunny and the pad team members get inside the elevator at level 12, which is the level that allows them access to the Starliner spacecraft. So now they are making their way down to the base of the crew access tower. And here they come out of the elevators again.
You can see they have their white booties on there. That's to make sure that any gravel or any small little pieces of dirt or rocks don't get into their fancy boots, and it protects the spacecraft, you know, the Calypso, for the next opportunity.
And so we just saw there that the Astrovan is already at the base of the crew access tower. So they will get on in there. And then it's a short ride over to astronaut crew quarters, which is basically it's like the whole west wing of the third floor of the operations and checkout building here, right?
Yes, and not only are the flight crew there, but we have the chief astronaut. We have our vehicle integration and test office folks there. So it's you know, there's many rooms at the astronaut crew quarters for sure, and of course the team that makes the meals. They do a fantastic job on feeding us while we're in quarantine, and I think they probably just got word that they're going to have to come up with a dinner for tonight, and they're scrambling like all the rest of us, and I know they're going to do a great job. And I bet you Butch and Sunny are hungry now.
I was going to say, I remember specifically Butch and Sunny both saying that they felt like the food at astronaut crew quarters was excellent. So, you know, there's always these silver linings, right? A good meal tonight would do them good, I would assume.
Well, to be honest, Butch and Sunny are my heroes, and I consider them, you know, national heroes too. And the least we can do is feed them nicely.
And so there have still been family members who've been quarantining with them. Will they have some family time, you know, after they probably debrief and some of the things that you already mentioned?
Yeah, that's a great point. Last time it was kind of late at night, and family time was a little bit hard to come by. But this time, we looks there might be a great opportunity to have the families come by. I think Butch and Sunny are staying quarantined. The families may have gotten out of quarantine, but we have a nice glass room where Butch and Sunny can sit and talk to their families. We call it BTG, or behind the glass.
Oh. All right, and we see the Astrovan there, turning around, driving away now from the crew access tower. Again, a short drive back to crew quarters, about 15-20 minutes. Again, for those just joining us, this was our second attempt at launching NASA's Boeing crew flight test. At around 3 minutes and 50 seconds to launch, an automatic hold was triggered by the ground launch sequencer. And that GLS for short is the computer that launches the rocket, because it controls all the systems needed in the final moments of the countdown. So if you remember when we were in terminal count and you heard the teams calling out and saying, you know, this is done, kind of ticking off things off the checklist, it was the ground launch sequencer, right, Mike, that were triggering all of those steps.
Yes, so that's what's really neat about modern launch vehicles and rockets, is that we can let the computers get all the sequence of events that needs to happen. A lot of valves opening and igniters igniting to get a launch properly. And so for some reason today, the launch sequencer said, "Hey, something's not right. I didn't pass my self checks," and stopped the launch at 3 minutes and 50 seconds to go.
And it's great that we have these safeties in place, right? For there to be an automatic trigger, you know, if there were something wrong, really is a safety to have.
And yeah, that really helps with both reliability and safety for sure. And that's what's really nice about the rockets that we send humans on. That you know, I think the SLS, the Artemis rocket, also has a ground launch sequencer, different design, but the same purpose of making sure everything happens. And if it doesn't, it's hold off from launch, and we'll do it again some other time. Well, the good news is they can watch the next chapter of Maverick on their way back and get excited again for the next time.
Again, when we launch, this will be a historic mission. Only the 6th time that NASA astronauts will fly on a new crewed vehicle, space vehicle. Sunny would have been the first woman to test an orbital spacecraft. Of course, Butch and Sunny, the first two to fly in space, to fly in Starliner in general. This crewed flight test, part of NASA's commercial crew program, to certify a second commercial spacecraft to ferry astronauts to and from the space station. And this is interesting, actually. Once in orbit, for the first time in NASA history, the agency will have 3 different crew spacecraft operating in space simultaneously. So you would have the International Space Station, the SpaceX Crew Dragon, and also Boeing Starliner spacecraft. So again, once in orbit, another milestone.
Yeah, I have a feeling, Megan and Dee, that low Earth orbit's going to become more and more busy, and that's a really good thing for our country, and it's very good for the space program overall, and good for humans.
And let's talk about this crew flight test again. There are 87 test objectives that teams are looking to review, right, in order to certify Starliner. Can you talk us through some of those objectives?
Yes, so it's a really neat list that we put together, and I think Boeing was always careful to say the whole flight itself is a test, because a lot of things that you put together, you can test them in small individual units, but this is the first time that we've had the humans and the rocket and the spacecraft all together going to dock to the space station. So that's a big test objective, is to have mission success. And today we got this much closer for that. The actual flight test objectives on the lower level, as well as that we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, called operational checkouts of capability, OCCs, really focus on two main areas. One area is how does the spacecraft fly? In the simulators, it flies a certain way. We know the laws of physics really well, and Boeing really analyzed the orbital flight tests 1 and 2, how well it flew. But this time we're going to put a human in the loop with the hand controllers, and we fully expect it to fly just like it does in the simulators. But now we'll know if we ever needed to manually dock the spacecraft or to use it for deorbit. We'll have great confidence, and that's part of what certification is. It's saying NASA has confidence that the Starliner will do what it needs to do and keep our crews safe and going back and forth to the space station. So we have a lot of those. I think interview earlier with Chris Ferguson, he talked about, hey, can you point the spacecraft to the sun to charge the solar panels? Can you point it to the tracking and data relay satellites to get communications? So those are all really important flight test objectives.
Sure.
But we're also looking at Starliner as a place to hold humans on the way to and back from space stations. So how is the ECLIS system working, the environmental control and life support? How is the temperature? All these little things that matter. How is the communication system? A lot of these things that are really important for what you would expect in the spacecraft. And we think they're all great. We did a lot of ground testing, but you never know till you actually try. And then there's also the Starliner as a lifeboat aboard space station, because for a 6-month crew, if something happens, they should be able to get into Starliner and wait for 24 hours in a safe haven, or if not, come back.
Right.
And so does the station portable computer system work in Starliner? Does do we get Wi-Fi inside Starliner or not from the space station side? We don't think so, but we'll check it out. So there's lots of things to check while we're there, and Butch and Sunny will come back with some great data.
And speaking of Butch and Sunny coming back, they are actually passing us right now at the host desk. The host desk is at Kennedy Space Center's press site and across the street from the iconic Vehicle Assembly Building. So we are hearing some helicopter sound from above, and we now have eyes on the security convoy and the Astrovan with Butch and Sunny inside.
Yay, go Butch, go Sunny, go Starliner.
Not much of a trip from here, about 10 minutes. So we should be back at crew quarters here shortly.
It's a lot easier with the police escort.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about Commander Butch Wilmore, NASA astronaut and retired U.S. Navy captain. As a naval pilot, he racked up more than 8,000 flight hours. Before his selection to NASA, he was on exchange to the Air Force as a flight test instructor. And he is a veteran of 2 space flights as pilot on Space Shuttle Atlantis in 2009. And then in 2014, he served as a flight engineer for Expedition 41. So CFT will be his 3rd mission to the ISS. And then Sunny Williams, of course, CFT's pilot, also a retired U.S. Navy captain. Her first trip to the ISS was in 2006. She served as flight engineer for Expeditions 14-15. She then returned to the orbiting lab in 2012 and was commander of Expedition 33. She has more than 50 hours of spacewalk time. It's actually the 2nd most cumulative time by a female astronaut. And so CFT will also be her 3rd trip to space. Again, their background is something to be said here. Mike, again, they're used to this. Scrubs are par for the course.
And with a new spacecraft on a new to us rocket, and for ULA having humans on board, this is all new. So we expect to have some hiccups, small hiccups like this for the new things. So yeah, it's a little bit disappointing, but we're moving forward and looking forward to the next time to suit up and go again.
But I think they like being a test pilot for a new vehicle, right? They've spoken about that a bunch of times.
Oh my goodness,
Yeah.
yes, that's a dream come true for all of us,
Right.
and I'm really glad that Butch and Sonny had this opportunity. I've kept in touch with Doug Hurley, for example, from Bob and Doug. Remember that show
Sure.
from 4 years ago? And so yeah, they was it's a point of professional pride to be selected to go fly on a first flight, and Butch and Sonny are definitely ready to go, and so they understand it comes this way with flight test.
Yeah, I remember Butch in particular saying, like, to be in the same group as, John Young, Robert Crippen, Wally Schirra, like those folks who flew on the previous 5 new spacecraft. He really feels that is a point of pride, and same with Sonny as well.
Well, I'm very proud to work with them and very proud to know them, and I'm proud of what we've all accomplished so far.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been working together for so many years now, again, to bring Starliner online, to bring SpaceX's Dragon online, to really make it so that we do have a robust commercial crew program. It's really a testament to you guys.
Well, as personally as an engineer and as a flight tester, I really this is what I dream about, and having this chance to do it and work with such fantastic teams, both in industry like Boeing and SpaceX, as well as with our NASA team and the commercial crew program. It's a very exciting time, and all of these lessons I hope that we're taking with us will help us, as the administrator said earlier on in this broadcast, help us be much more ready for the moon, for our gateway the gateway space station around the moon, the 2 landers that we have. All of these are good lessons learned. Some of the lessons that we saw today are we saw United Launch Alliance, something went wrong with one of their sensors and controllers, and they had a plan and they executed it. When the clock is ticking, it was a little bit of a stressful time for the Centaur upper stage, and they handled that magnificently.
Yeah.
And so those are the lessons learned, to be operationally ready for things, because they will happen, and have plans in advance. What did Edna Mode say on The Incredibles? Luck favors the prepared.
Wow. That's a perfect quote. You had to have that ready. Come on.
Oh, yes.
That was so good. That was too perfect.
They're making the turn. They're
Yep.
just very close to the crew quarters and the operations and checkout building, and they'll be getting out of their suits in just a few minutes.
Yep. Sometimes it can be hard to distinguish, features of Kennedy Space Center because it is so big, and it's a very operational center. But yes, I did know where we were by that turn in particular. That really, there's only a couple more minutes in this ride left. Of course, Mike, knowing so much about this mission, and Butch and Sonny, because you were initially scheduled to fly on CFT, you will instead be pilot for the first operational mission after the certification flight, Starliner 1, but you trained also as their backup pilot for this mission.
That is correct. And I hope not to be ever used in that situation. Butch and Sonny are the right team for this mission, and but it's good to know that that we have that preparation and prepared for the case of any contingency, or the ones that we can think of, and that just makes that much better for Starliner 1 to be ready for its flight 2. I might not be able to be there at the launch broadcast for that one.
Oh. Why?
But who knows? Maybe we'll call you guys from the White Room.
Don't tease me like that. Don't tease me like that, Mike.
Oh, it'll go to voicemail. I have a feeling.
No, if I knew you'd call, oh no, it'd be on ring. Okay, and when the crew arrives at astronaut crew quarters here, as Mike has been saying, they will have some time to relax, get out of their suits, likely a debrief, right, of what we know so far, because the ULA team is continuing to look at the data and try to see exactly what happened with the ground launch sequencer today.
They might have a chance to spend a little bit of time with their families who are here for the launch, and get a chance to talk it through, and then of course dinner. Maybe
Dinner.
maybe it's just me missing the dinners at crew quarters.
Again, if you are just joining us and you're seeing on the bottom of your screen there, the next launch opportunity is June 2nd, 12:03 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, opportunity. Right now, we don't know if teams will elect to take that opportunity, but we are talking about next opportunities because we had to stand down from today's launch attempt. Teams were trying to launch Butch and Sunny in Starliner atop a ULA Atlas V rocket at 12:25 p.m. Eastern Time today. But just under 4 minutes before launch, an automatic hold was triggered by the ground launch sequencer. And again, Mike, talk to us about what that ground launch sequencer is. It's important.
Yes, the old way we used to do rockets before computers, we'd have to make sure all the valves and the telemetry was good, and before we'd hit the launch button. But now with modern technology, we're able to have a computer to make sure everything is correct, and it happens at the right microsecond, so that the valves open, the fuel flows, the igniters ignite, along with the solid rocket boosters on the side, and have it happen with less than second precision to meet that instantaneous launch window. So the ground launch sequencers are normal for all modern rockets, including the Atlas. And for some reason today, when the ground launch sequencer at 3 minutes and 50 seconds to launch said, "Hey, something's not right. I'm gonna stop the sequence," and that's when our opportunity for today went away. But like you mentioned, Megan, indeed, as before, is that just keeps things safe and keeps us on track for a successful mission in the future.
And as you said, as teams review what happened today, NASA, Boeing, and ULA, we are planning a news conference at 3 p.m. Eastern today. An opportunity for us to be as transparent as possible about what happened today. Also gives us a little bit more time for teams to, again, review as much as they can so that they can release the most up-to-date information that they have. So again, you see it on your screen there. News conference scheduled for 3 p.m. Eastern Time here from Kennedy Space Center to give you any new information we can about today's scrub of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. You can watch it on NASA TV, NASA Plus, and our social media channels. Again, 3 p.m. Eastern Time today. And also, as you know, for more information as you follow along with launch and also this entire mission, you can always head to blogs.nasa.gov/Boeing crew flight test. You see that there on your screen. A great resource. It's where we put all of our information so that you can follow along on this exciting journey we have for this flight test. Now, it's hard to see. Did we see Butch and Sunny get out of the Astrovan yet?
We didn't, but if it happened like last time, as soon as those doors opened and the steps went down, they were out. And
okay.
There we go.
Yeah, the Astrovan leaving now. So again, if you're just joining us, there was a decision to stand down from today's launch attempt at 12:25 p.m. Eastern of NASA's Boeing crew flight test. We have walked you through the hours leading up to that decision to stand down, and also so that we could watch Butch and Sunny get out of the Starliner spacecraft, and now they are safely back at crew quarters. Before we wrap up, Mike, any final words to wrap up today?
I think what we saw today was space flight in almost its finest form. There were problems along the way. We solved them. We worked together as a team. Communications happened, and I hope we all take that lesson forward, because that's just a recipe for success anywhere. In the meantime, our crew are safe, space station is still going, and we'll have another opportunity, hopefully very soon, to have Starliner fly its maiden flight with human beings.
Right.
And I'm looking forward to that very much. Go Butch, go Sunny, go Atlas, go Centaur, go Starliner.
Go D. Any notes from Boeing?
No, very similar to what Mike just said. Obviously, this is a team effort, and so we're looking forward to what the findings are and what our next opportunity will be.
All right. Again, thank you everyone for watching. We have a press conference planned for 3 p.m. Eastern Time on NASA Plus, NASA TV, our social media channels, where again we will share anything that we can with you about the developing situation we have here at Kennedy Space Center. But for now, thank you again for watching, and we'll see you when we launch.
It's a new era of pioneers, star sailors, thinkers, and adventurers.
3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running.
Let's go.
We have been given the scientific knowledge, the technical ability, and the materials to pursue the exploration of the universe.
I am gay. I am my authentic self.
I am a queer woman.
I am a transgender woman.
I am a lesbian.
I am gay and I'm my authentic self.
I'm a parent of a transgender son and I'm very proud.
I knew I wanted to be in science ever since I was a little kid. I felt that it was really important to be my most authentic self, especially knowing that this was my dream. Queer people can dream big.
Exploration needs to be for everybody. Every person, every kid, if they can see themselves, the astronauts that we send out in space, but also in the teams that make that possible, then we're doing our job. We're doing incredibly difficult and complicated things. We want people that look at things from a different perspective, that can bring us, new ways of solving problems, and diverse and inclusive teams do that.
If someone is in the closet and they see people like me doing our jobs, being effective at our jobs, I think that is the biggest encouragement that I can give them, is to show I can be my true self and I can do my job they accept me 100%. We're all together working on this.
Who I am is enough. And when you resonate that kind of pride within yourself and then you exude the love that you have for yourself, before you know it, you've got a tribe of people who are just motivating and uplifting one another. That comes from being your authentic